Authentication looks extremely hard when you first get started with it. You just have no idea how to make things work, what are the best practices, and how to handle security. Well, in this video, I'll show you how easy it is to get started with it. We will not just learn how to sign up and log in, but we'll also implement things like email verification by sending a 6-digit code to the user. And once they verify their account, we will send a welcome email by introducing our platform. We are also going to learn how to build a reset password logic by sending an email. Once the user sets the new password, this time we will send a success email. And sending all these emails is free thanks to Mailtrap, which is sponsoring this video. I already fell in love with the Node.js SDK and we will learn how to use it later in the video. And there will be a link in the description where you can sign up to be able to follow along with the tutorial. When it comes to the tech stack, on the front end we'll be using React and Tailwind. For the database, we will use MongoDB, and on the server, we'll be using Node and Express. We will build this Auth system with JSON Web Tokens, and we will consider security risks as well. And at the end, we will deploy this application completely for free. And hopefully, after this tutorial, you will feel a lot more comfortable with the authentication concepts. So if you're ready, don't forget to subscribe, and let's get into it. Okay, so let's get started. I have just created an empty folder on my desktop. I call it as Auth tutorial and then I just open it up in VS Code. In the first section of this course, we will be focusing on the backend part. So let's create a folder for this. And later in the video, we're going to focus on the front end part. So let's create one more folder for this. And we'll be focusing on this one first. Now, first, I just want to create a node module. Right, so let's initialize this. I will say npm init-y, and if you're wondering how did I open this with a shortcut, it is Ctrl-J. You can open it up and close that off, just toggle the state with it. Okay, let's say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file in the root of our directory, and we'll be using this in the root is because this will be really easy to deploy this application in one place. So this would make a lot of sense once we get into the deployment. Let's clear up our console with CLS, and maybe I'll just shut this off so that we can see the entire line. And let's go ahead and install all the packages that we would need for the server part. So let's say npm install, we're gonna get Express, and let's just type all of them and then I'll explain one by one. Let's say Express cookie-parser, and let's say Mailtrap. Let's say bcrypt.js.env, and we'll be using JSON Web Token, let's say Mongoose, and finally crypto package. So we'll be using all of them, one by one, and I'll explain each of them in detail, but let's just quickly just see in short. So Express is going to be the web framework that we'll be using to be able to just have that setup, that server and routing in the first place. Then we'll be using cookie parser to be able to parse the cookie from the request, and we'll be using Mailtrap Node.js SDK to be able to send emails, which is going to be our email delivery platform, and we'll be using bcrypt.js, which is going to allow us to hash the passwords. And if you don't know what that means, once we use it, you'll see how that works and what that is. Then we'll be using .env to be able to read the data in a .env file, which is going to be our environment variables, right? Then we will have JSON Web Token package, where we can create the tokens and decode them and just have the authentication in the first place. And we'll have Mongoose to be able to interact with our database, which is going to be MongoDB. And this is going to make the process a lot easier and just have some kind of like, English kind of sentence feeling, but in code. Then we'll have the crypto package. This is going to give us some kind of auto-generated numbers, and once we use it, I think we'll just see this in action. So that would be my summary of these packages. Let's press enter. It's gonna install all of them, and it's gonna put them into the package.json file, as well as creating a node modules folder in the root. So let's wait for this to complete. Hopefully we should be able to see them here, and here it says it is completed successfully. And I don't know why do I have this B in the terminal. Let's delete it. And I just want to install a dev dependency, which is going to be node-man. Let's say npm I or install, doesn't really matter. Let's say node-man and -d. This is going to make sure that this package will be a dev dependency. So let's wait for this. There we go. And we'll see what this package does if you haven't seen this before. So I'll go into the backend folder and just create a server.js file. You can't really call this anything. The convention might be like index.js, main.js, app.js. You know, this could be really anything. I think I'll just go with index.js. Why not, right? And now the general or the traditional way of importing something in Node would be this common JS, where we just say const express require express or whatever the package is. But instead I just want to use import syntax. So I would say something like import express from express. Okay, instead of this, I'd like to use this one. And to be able to make this work, we need to go into the package.json, and here we should create this field called type. And by default, it is common JS, which is this one, right? And I want to make this to be module. And with this, now we can use import export syntax. Okay, let's save this and let's create an app. I'll say const app. And if you are like complete beginner to Node.js or this kind of like MERN stack, I just have a complete tutorial on this where I just walk you through the entire process, and it's about 2 hours long. You can take a look at this, take a look at that video. And here I might be a little bit more focusing on the authentication instead of this kind of stack. But again, I'll just try to make everything, you know, be just beginner friendly. So just wanted to mention that out. So let's say app express, we can listen for a port. I'll just say app.listen. We can give any port. For now, let's just say 3000, and let's say server is running on port 3000, right? Okay, let's save this file, and now we'd like to run this file. We can open up our terminal and just say something like node, go under the backend and run this file, and we should be able to see this console. There we go. And let's send a response back. So let's say app.get. If we visit the homepage, we should be able to see something like hello world maybe. Okay, let's save and just visit localhost 3000. And we're gonna see nothing. It's because we added this part right after we started our server. We need to kill this and just run this again. And now if we refresh, we're gonna get this. Let's say I said hello world 123, I save, and if I refresh this, I cannot see the new result. That's why we installed the node-man package in the first place. So we'll just go ahead and create a script for this. Let's say development or dev. We'll say node-man and index.js file, but this is under the backend. So let's just prefix it with it. And let's say our main file is the backend. Oops, I just got, you know, some kind of warning because my laptop is charging. So let's say backend index.js. This is the main file that we just have. If we save, now we can kill our terminal and run this file with npm run dev, which is going to run it with node-man. And whenever you do some change, it is going to restart it. So let's see what I mean. If we refresh, we just got this value. And if I delete this, and if I save, this is going to be updated as well. Okay, I hope this makes sense. That was the setup that we just have. Now let's try to maybe just create a database and connect to it, right? So I will go into the MongoDB, let's say mongodb.com. And if you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. It is completely free to get started with it. So let me just try to sign in with my Google account. So it already, I think, tries to sign me in, and we need to create a project. So let's click to this drop down and just say new project. Okay, so I'll just give it a name. Let's say Auth tutorial, and just say next. Project owner is gonna be me. Let's say create a project, and then it's gonna take us to this page. Let's say create a cluster, And then we can select the free tier, which is really generous, that is completely enough for us, and we can just leave everything as it is. You can update the region, the one that is closest to you or your users. It is not really important. Let's just say create the deployment. And then it's gonna take us to this page. Let me just copy my password and just go here, put it for now as a comment, because we'll be cutting this from this file. Let's say create this user, and now we can really get the string to be able to connect to this database. So I'll just copy this. In your case, this might be off. In my case, it is already, turned on, and I can see the password. If you see something like this, then you would copy it and paste it, then change this password field, right? This complete placeholder with the password that you have. So you would delete this and get that and paste it. And instead of having this in the index.js file, we would like to cut it from here and just go and create a file called .env. And I will say Mongo URI equal to this value. By using this string, we can really connect to the database that we just created. So let's say close. And just one more thing, in the development, your IP address might change, so you might have trouble to connect to this database. And to fix this, I think we should visit the network access. Okay, so from here, you're gonna see your IP address listed in the first, in the first listing, but you might want to just say add IP address and allow access from anywhere, so that you can really don't have any issues in the development. So this is gonna take a bit time, and once this is ready, we can move on with the video. Okay, so it just took about 20 seconds and now it is active. Let's go into the database. And if we take a look at it, we don't really have any collections, right? We just don't have anything. And the very first collection that we'll be creating is gonna be the users collection, right? So let's go ahead and maybe first create a function where we can connect to the database. Then we can really we can create that user collection. Okay, sorry. Let's go ahead, create a folder called maybe database or db. Let's say connect db.js. And in this file, we would like to basically create a function that is going to allow us to connect to the database. So let's say export const, I'll just say connect db. This is going to be an async function, and let's import mongoose at the top. Okay, by using mongoose package, we can connect to our database. Let's have a try and catch, let's say, and we'd like to just say await mongoose.connect, and we would like to pass the Mongo URI that we have as the connection string. And this is going to give us a connection. So let's just get that so that we can really see something in the terminal. So I'll just say console.log mongodb connected. And in the catch case, we could say console log error connecting to MongoDB, or connection to MongoDB, by showing the error message. And we can really just exit this process with the status code of 1, which means a failure, right? So if the code was 0, then that would mean it was success, right? Status code is success, but 1 is, let's say, failure. 1 is failure, right? I'll just leave this as a comment. Now let's go into the index.js. Once we start to listening this port or this app, we can really just say connect db and call this function. Now, since you're importing a local file, you need to make sure that you put the .js at the end, because we're using type of module, right? Okay, so this is something that you need to keep in mind whenever you import a local file in this backend folder. It should always be extension at the end, otherwise it's going to crash. Now, if we just try to see this, it is going to crash. Let's see why. It is because here it says the URI parameter is not actually provided. So you might be asking, hey man, I just provided this. Let's just see. I'll say console log let's say Mongo URI, and just see this in the terminal. We're gonna get undefined. The reason is that by default you cannot access to this environment variables. That's why we imported this package .env in the first place. Let's say .env, and we need to call this function called config. If you save, now you can really see that value because you can read it, and with the help of this, now it is able to connect that database, right? Okay, so here it just says MongoDB connected. This is going to be the database setup that we just handled. I think the next step would be create the authentication routes. So let's just handle that as well. Instead of just a hello page, let's create a route. So I'll just say app.use and let's say /API/auth, and in this case we'd like to just see the auth routes, which is going to be a file that we'll create. So let's go under the backend, first create a routes folders, and here I'll just say auth.js. You can just leave it like this. The convention that I am using is this auth route.js, and it is really convenient for me just from here understand this is a route file. But as I said, this is a regular file, regular JavaScript file. If you delete this part, this should be working exactly the same. Okay, so this is just my preference, just to keep that in mind. And from that file, we'd like to maybe import Express. Okay, and then I'll just say const router and express.router. So we'll just say export default is router so that we can really import it from other files. So let's just say import auth routes from this location. There we go. And now from in this route, we can really put all of our routes, and I'll just explain what this means. Let's say router.get to, let's say, /signup. In this case, we would like to run this function. This is going to just say sign up route. Let me go ahead and duplicate this one twice. Let's say login, and we'll just have the logout. And let's say this is the logout route, and this is the login route. Okay, so what we have done is that just prefix all these routes with API/auth. Let's just try to see all of them in action. If we visit API/auth/signup, we're gonna get this response, and for the login this, and for the logout this one. Let's see, I'll go here, let's say API auth and signup. Okay, here it says signup route for the login and for the logout, and we'll like to create functions for each of these controllers. So I'll just go under the backend and just say controllers folder, and I'll just say auth.js. This is how we can put it if you really want to, but I would suggest you to put this because why not? This looks really cool, right? Auth controller.js. And this is also a convention that people use, and I really like this. So here, what we'll be doing, instead of putting the function here, by the way, this could be also an async function. This is just a normal function that you would have. What I'll be doing is just delete it from here and create a separate function specifically on this file. Let's say export const signup. This is gonna take the request and response, and let's just make this to be async because we'll be using await later in the video, and we can just say response.send signup route. So let's duplicate this twice, which is gonna be first for the login and for the logout. I'll say login, and let's go here, let's say this is the logout. There we go. Now we can just go here and import the signup function from the auth controller.js file. Make sure you put the extension. Let's delete this, just say login and logout. Okay, so this is the route setup that we just created for the authentication. And I think next thing could be where we'd like to just build the user collection, right? For this, we can really create a folder called models, and the first model we'll just have is going to be user. So let's say user.model.js, and so like another convention is that you just put it capitalized, such as user.js, and this is how people also been using. But again, this is what I'd like to use, user model.js. Even though logo is a bit different, this is just a regular JavaScript file. I just got this icon because I am using this extension called grade VS Code extensions, or I'm sorry, VS Code grade icons. I am using this one, that's why I see all these folders and icons. Okay, just to keep that in mind. And now we can just create this user model by using Mongoose. Okay, so import Mongoose from Mongoose. The very first thing you would like to do is just create a user schema. So let's say new Mongoose schema, and this takes an object and a second object. This is optional, and let's just put it right now where we'll just say timestamps is going to be equal to true. By using this gives you the created at and updated at fields. So let's say created at and updated at fields will be automatically added into the document, and this will be added because we just added this timestamps, and once we use it, I think we'll just see that in action. Now each user will have an email, right? So I'll just say email, and this is going to be type of string, and let's say this is going to be required, as well as this is going to be unique. Oops, let's say unique. And each user will also have a password. Let's say this is going to be type of string and required. Okay, and then after the password, each user will have a name. So let's say this is also going to be type of string and required. Now, what else they will have is going to be the last login date. So let's say this type is going to be date, and I don't know, like, should this be required? Well, not really. So let's say the default value could be date.now, right? Or you could leave it like null. Doesn't really matter. You can, really just leave it anything. Let's just say date.now because this just makes sense a lot, right? This is the one that makes sense in this case. Then we'll have a field called is verified. This is going to be Boolean so that we can really check if user's account is verified or not. So true or false. By default, this is going to be false. And then we're going to have a couple of different fields. Let me just put them in and just try to explain. Okay, so we'll have reset password token. Since we are just putting only the type, we don't really need to open up an object. Here we have multiple different fields such as default and type, and even like unique, required. So when you have more than once, you can just open up an object, but here we just put the type only. This is fine. Okay, so we're gonna have a reset password token for each user so that when they want to update their password, we can really update this value. And to make this secure, we will expire this maybe, let's say, after 1 hour, right? And we will send them a verification token to be able to verify their accounts, and this is going to also expire, let's say, after 1 day or maybe 6 hours, just to make it a little bit more secure as well, right? So this is the schema that we just have. It is really basic, not really anything complicated, just a couple of fields for each user. And we can just say const user now, and mongoose.model create a user model with this schema that we just created. And to be able to use this user model, let's just export it so that we can use it in different files. Okay, we can save this and maybe just start with the authentication process, which is going to be sign up first. And while we're here, let's just update this port to be 5000. And instead of putting it like this, we can create a environment variable for this as well. So I'll just say const port is going to be coming from process.env port, and let's just say if this is undefined, right, for some reason this might be empty, then we'll just fall back this with 5000. Okay, let's just get this, paste it, and instead of this 3000 hard-coded value, we can just really get that from the port variable. And let's create that. I'll just say port 5000. Okay, so we can, I think, save this and just start with the sign up route. And also let's delete this. We don't really need it. That was just for testing purposes. And as we build any of these endpoints, we will be using like a desktop application called Postman. From this, we can really test all of our endpoints. So this is a desktop application that is completely free. I mean, at least it has a free version that we'll be using. This is what I'll be doing later in the video. Okay, so I think we can now just start with the sign up process. So to get started with this function, I'll first delete everything and just say try and catch. In the try, we would like to just get some values from the user. Maybe we can really put it above the try. So user will send us some fields, right? Such as email and password and name. And we can extract all of them from the request.body. And to be able to make this work, you need to add a middleware from this file to this file called app.use Express.js. So this will allows us to parse, let's say, incoming request with JSON payloads, or let's just say from the incoming requests, which is going to be under the request.body. Okay, so this is really what that does, and the data should be in the format of JSON. Okay, if you save this now, we can really grab these data from the client or from the user. Then in the try, we would like to just check for some validations. Let's just say if email is not provided, or if password is not provided, or name, right? In this case, we can just really throw a new error, which will be handling it in the catch. Let's say all fields are required. Okay, then we'll just go below and just check for the user if it already exists or not. I'll say user already exists, and we'll just check it with the email. So let's say await user, and let's maybe shrink this and just make sure you imported the user model from the user model.js and put the extension at the end. So we'll say user.find1 with the email that is matching with the one that user just sent it, right? So this is gonna find that email or that user. If it exists, we can throw an error, right? So you can throw it or return a response from here as well. So let me just show you both of the alternatives. So let's say res.status 400 JSON. You can say message user already exists, and you can even put some success field. Let's just say success is gonna be false. Okay, so you can do the same thing for this one, or you can really catch it in the catch block. So here you would say something like res.status of 400 and just send the message that is coming from the error, right? And now that we just check for the user, we can hash the password. So I'll just say hashed password, and we'll be using bcrypt package for this. So I'll just say import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. That was the package that we installed. You can call this as bcrypt.js, but I just want to call it as bcrypt, and or let's just be consistent. I'll just say bcrypt.js and call the hash function. So I'll just say hash the password with a salt. So you can really just put a number. So let's just say 10, and this should be fine. So let's say user passed something like 1 2 3 4 5 6. We're going to hash this to be not readable. Okay, so that would be maybe looking something like this, where user has no idea that is readable. So we'll just see this in action in a little bit, and we'll like to do this so that we just follow the best practices, because you don't really want to save the password as it is. And this has a couple of reasons. The most important one is being that if your database is stolen, they shouldn't be see the password of all the users. And I think we'll just see this in action. Let's say after we created the hashed password, we can create a user, right? I'll just say const user, and we'll say new user, where we can put an object. So let's just say email. This is the email that user passed. Then for the password, this is going to be equal to the hash password, right? And the name, let's say we also want to just create a verification code, and I think we forgot to do this. Let's go here and just say const verification, instead of token, let's just say code, doesn't really matter. Let's say generate verification code. This is going to be a function that we'd like to create, and we can create it in this file, or maybe just be a bit more organized and create a utils folder, and inside that we can just say generate verification code. Oops, I just did a mistake. Let me just copy this name and replace it with that. Let's say .js at the end. This is the file that we just created, and this is going to be really simple function. Let's say export const generate verification code, and we'll be using this line. Let me just copy and paste it. Okay, so just one line of function. We can even make this to be one liner by deleting this return and the curly braces. Okay, if you really want to, you can take this and probably put it here, but I'll just leave it like this. Okay, this is gonna create a verification code. Let's import this function from this file and make sure you have .js at the end. Then we'll be saving this verification code to the database. I'll just say verification token. This is how we called it. Let me just check it. So we just said verification token. So I think we can just be consistent, call this as verification token as well. Sorry about this. I thought we called it as code, but let's say verification token. And you know what? I'll just delete this file and just have this in the first place. Okay, let's just delete this. We'll be using this utils folder later in the video. And I can just put it like this. This is going to give us a verification token randomly. And here we'll just say verification token. It is going to be equal to this that we just created. And we can create an expires at date. Let's say verification token expires at, and this could be in 24 hours. So I'll just say date at now. From here and out, we can say 24 and just 60 times 1000. This is going to be equal to 24 hours. There we go. Then once we created this user, we need to save it to the database. Let's say await user.save. And now that we just have the user, we need to create a token and set a cookie that is just going to say this user is just being authenticated, right? So we hash the password, created a token, save the user to the database. It is time to really just authenticate them in the client by creating a token. And after creating this token, we will send a verification email with this token so that they can verify their accounts. So I know this sounds complicated, but it is not really. Let's create a token. For this is going to be our function. Let's say generate token and set cookie. Okay, this is going to take the response as well as the user ID. So this is going to be the ID that we just passed. MongoDB saves IDs just like this, underscore ID. And also let's make sure we delete this because we don't have this import. And let's say under the utils, we can just say generate, how did we call it? Token and set cookie.js. So in this function, we would like to basically create a JSON web token. And let's create a secret first because we need it. Let's say JWT underscore secret, and you would like to put some hard to decode value here. I'll just say my secret key, and you can really make this to be a little bit more secure in the production. Okay, let's save and just go into this file. Let's say import JWT from JSON web token package that we installed, and we can say export const generate token and set cookie. So that was taking the response and user ID, if you remember from this line, right? Response and user ID. And we would like to create a token. So let's go inside and I'll just say const token, and let's just type this out and then we can try to explain how this works. Let's say JWT sign, and the first argument it wants you to put is the payload, and let's put the user ID that we are getting as an argument. Then second one is going to be the secret. So let's say process.env jwt secret, and then the options. Let's say this expires in, let's say, 7 days. Okay, this token will be invalid after 7 days. And like this is how that works. This is going to return you a token where you call the sign method, and you are passing a payload that is user ID, and we're using this user ID so that when we decode the token, we know which user has this token, right? With the help of this user ID, we can fetch the user profile from the database. So this is going to make sense a lot once we use this later in the video. We just created the token, and let's set it into the cookies. So I'll just say res.cookie, which is gonna ask us a couple of different arguments. So the first one is gonna be the name. You can just call it anything, token, JWT, Auth, token, really anything. I'll just go with token, and I'll put the token as the value. Then a couple of different options to just make this a little bit more secure. So first, I'll just say this is going to be HTTP only true. This means this cannot be accessible via JavaScript, so only HTTP really. And this prevents an attack called XSS. Okay, so XSS attacks. If you really want to take a look at it, you can research and just have a little bit more info about this. I am not an expert on that issue, so I'm not going to pretend as if I really know that, right? So you can take a look at that. Then we can say the secure field is going to be equal to true only if we are in the production. So we can get this Node.env if it is equal to production, then this would be secure, otherwise not. Because in localhost we have HTTP, and in the production we'll have HTTPS, which this S stands for secure, right? Okay, then let's try to create this node.env maybe. I'll press Ctrl E and open up the .env file. Just go here, say node.env. It is equal to development because we are currently developing this application. In the production, it is going to be equal to the production. Let's say same site is going to be equal to strict. Let's say strict, and this also prevents an attack called CSRF, right? You can take a look at this if you really want to. And finally, a maximum age. So this is going to be in the format of milliseconds. Let's just put it like this, and this is equal to 7 days. If you really want to make this something like 15 days, you would update this part. Okay, so I'll just leave it as 7 days. And finally, I'll just say return the token from this function. Maybe we would be using that later in the video, right? Just from that file, we return the token. Okay, so we created the token and set the cookie. Now we can really, I don't know, let's just send a response with 201, which means something is created. And let's say JSON, we can just go here. You can say success of true and message user created successfully. And then for the user, you can just really return the user as it is. But here we have the password and we don't really want to send this to the client. So what I'll be doing is just get all the fields that user has. So I'll just say spread the user document, but make the password to be undefined or null, right? You can just keep it anything that you want that doesn't have a value. Okay, so let's try to save and open up our Postman application and just try to test this out to see if it is gonna work or not. Okay, so this is the Postman application that I just logged in. These are the different requests and workspaces that I have created for the previous tutorials. Let's just create a new one. I'll say this is gonna be blank. Next, name could be Auth tutorial. And you can create it for everyone, which is your team, or you can just create it personally. It is not really that important. And we can create a collection. Let's say Auth collection. And let's create a request so that we can really send a post request. And I think we forgot to update that. So let me just go into the VS Code. In the Auth route, this is going to be a post request for all of them, because we'll be sending some data with them, right? we used get to be able to test this out in the browser, but that was just for the testing purposes. They should be post. Okay, just keep that in mind. And let's visit this application. Let's make this to be post. We can save. It is going to update this part. Let's say sign up. And from the body, we would like to send some raw JSON data with the fields. We had email, right? And let's put our URL first. Let's say HTTP localhost and our port, which was I think 5000 /API/auth and sign up. For the email, let's just put something random, or maybe I'll just put my email. Let's say at gmail.com. And if I just send this now, it is going to give us an error that says, please fill in all the fields, because we need to provide the name as well as, let's say, I'll just give my name and the password. If we don't really put the password, it is also going to give us an error because it's going to hit that if check. Say password, and I'll just put, I don't know, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6. And once I sent this, okay, it says user already exists. How could this be even possible? Let's take a look at the database. Do I have this user in the first place? I don't really think so. We have some issues in our code. So let's take a look at it. In the signup function, we hit this part. If user already exists, we say user.find1 with the email. And how could this be even possible? Let's just say console log. Okay, user already exists, and we can just console log this value to be able to debug this. Okay, why do I have this? Let me just open up my terminal with Control J. Okay, so here it says logout is undefined. Let's import this as well. Maybe that was the issue in the first place. I don't know. Let's save and just try to test this out. We have one more issue. Here it says 5000 is already in use. Maybe I have my other application is running. Let me just kill that. The demo application that I have in my second screen. Okay, let's try to save this again. Okay, so now it should be working. You shouldn't really have this error if you're not using an application in that port. Okay, let's try to just use this again. Send the request. Okay, it says generate token and set cookie is not defined. Well, obviously we need to import that as well from this file and make sure you have .js at the end. Now we can really go ahead and test this out once again. Okay, user already exists. Let's take a look at the terminal. Okay, probably it just created that once we hit that request, right? It just came up until here, call this function, and then it finds this function is not undefined, then it returns us an error, but it saved it into the database. Let's take a look at it. I'll just say refresh. Okay, so under the users, we have a user, and let's just try to maybe delete this and try this all over again because we had some issues. Let me just send this. There we go. User created successfully. This is the user data, and we can really see this is working, and we don't have the password in this user object if you can take a look at it, because we deleted that from the response. And from the cookies, we have a cookie called token, and this is going to expire in 7 days. Okay, so everything seems to be working. It is HTTP only, secure of false, because we are in localhost, which is HTTP and not HTTPS. Okay, so let's take a look at the database. Maybe refresh this page. And we just got the user field, and the password was 123456, but now it is being hashed. If you can take a look at it, this is not readable at all. So you cannot understand this is from 1 to 6 by taking a look at it. And our database name is called as test because we have didn't update it in the .env file. So if you put something for this question mark, let's just say, I don't know, like Auth database, then save this. This is going to create that database. But if you don't put anything, it is going to create that test database, which is in our case. So what we can do, just give it a name, save this file, and delete this database, and just say drop. Okay, let's try to create this user again. Hopefully it should create it in that database. Let's just say refresh. It should called as auth underscore db. Okay, it didn't, because we need to kill our terminal and just restart it again whenever you do some change in the .env file. Okay, even if you are using Node.js, when you are updating the .env, you should really restart it all over again. Let's try to send this request. And I think first we need to delete this one. We should have auth.db. Okay, there we go. We have that user. So you can delete this again and just test this out. It is going to work out. And this is the user that we have. Okay, that was a little bit of debugging and just explaining one more concept from this .env connection string. But I think at this point we are good to go. And we take a look at the database, we can see the last login was just today, right? This is the date that I just logged in. And then we have verification token expires date, which is about 24 hours. This is how we set that up. And we sent a verification token, which is about 6 digit. And user will get this as an email, and they will be able to verify their account. And to be able to send an email, we'll be using Mailtrap, which is going to be the email delivery platform that we'll be using. And there will be a link in the description that you can really sign up with that, and I would appreciate it if you go with that link. So this would be in the mailtrap.io. Okay, so I just landed in this mailtrap.io page. This is going to be the platform where we can test, send, and control all of our emails. And it is really free to get started with it. So they have a free generous tier that we can get started with. So we can send 1000 emails per month and 200 emails per day, which is really enough for a project like this. And if you really want to get a little bit more advanced, then you can take a look at the paid plans, which they have really great offers. I think like I can show you that this is trusted by the top tier companies, and you'll see why in the first place. Like, it is really convenient and easy to get started with, and really see all the analytics that you have in one place. So I already have an account, but just to show you the process, I'll just try to sign up from scratch. Let's say sign up for free. And before that, I just want to thank to the Mailtrap team for sponsoring this content. Without their service and support, I don't really think it would be possible to come up with this video. And I appreciate if you go with the link in the description. Okay, anyways, let's just say sign up for free, and we're gonna land on this page. You can use your GitHub account or Google account. So let me just select this one and continue. And I should be in. There we go. So we can start with the email testing. Here we have also designed for developers. Let's go with this one. And now you have two different options where you use the demo domain that Mailtrap provides you, or you can set up your own domain. This is what I'll be using. And if you have a domain, you can select this and just really set your domain, which is something that you should do in the production. But let's just go with this. I'll explain the differences just in a second. Okay, so with this demomailtrap.com domain, you can send emails only to yourself. But if you add your own domain, you can send email to any email address. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. I'll be using this demo in this application, but if you have a domain, you can really go ahead and set that up by following the instructions. It is really easy to get started with it. So let me just go here into the integration. Let's say we would like to send welcome emails or confirmation emails, password resets. These are what we called as, let me just close this. These are what we called as transactional stream emails. And we have also bulk emails where you would send one email for multiple recipients at once. So that would be a use case for newsletters, right? Or terms and conditions update or product announcements. So let's go with this one where we would like to send a confirmation email. Let's say integrate, and we'll be able to see the code or the integration code from the API. You can select the Node.js, and also they have a, let's say, Node.js SDK that we can take a look at it from the GitHub. So always you can take a look at the entire documentation. It is like, it has different examples, the source code. The first thing we need to do, just install the package. We can take a look at it from here as well. We'll be using Node.js. If you're using different programming languages, you can take a look at it from here after this video, because obviously we're using Node.js together, right? Let's grab this entire file, and I'll go into the VS Code and create a folder called mail trap. And what I'll be doing is just create a configuration file, and you'll see why later in the video. Let's say mailtrap.config.js. You can just call it as mailtrap.js or really anything.js, but I'll go with this name, and I will just paste this into it. Okay, so we're not using common.js. Let's first say import mailtrap client from mailtrap, and just delete this, and we'll be using .env variables. Let's say import .env, and we would like to just say call the config function, and like instead of putting my token here, I will actually create an environment variable for this. Let me just cut this value, delete this codes, go into the .env file with Control E, and then just say, I don't know, let's say mailtrap underscore token, and we'll have one more for the end point. Okay, let's say equal to, this is going to be the token, and let's put the endpoint. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. Then we can say process.env, and let's just grab this endpoint, and we should have a dot here, right? And let's say process.env mailtrap token. Just make sure this name is matching with this one. So after the token, we can really create a client. They have already done this for us, and there is going to be a sender, right? So you can have the email. This is the demo domain. You can only send email to yourself, which is going to be this account that you signed up. And if you're using your own domain, then you can send to any recipient. And this is the format. It should be an array of objects with the email or with the emails, right? And for the name, you can just say anything. I'll just put my name. Let's just say, I don't know, like just give my name. And for the client, this is how we do it. Let me just save and just try to run this file. I'll go here, open up a new terminal. And here I'll just say, okay, let me just create a new one so that you can see the entire line. I'll say node, go into the backend and go into the mailtrap folder and mailtrap config.js. This is how we can run this file for testing purposes. Okay, here it says success true and message ID. This should send me a message with this subject that says congrats for sending test email with mailtrap. Let me just go ahead and check that out from my inbox. And there we go. Here it just says you're awesome. This is the sender with the demo mailtrap domain and the email content. So by using this, now we can send really anything. And instead of text, later in the video, we'll be using HTML so that we can really send a really cool formatted text, right? Instead of text, we'll send HTML that says welcome to our platform or verify your account, things like that. Okay, so this is how you would use it in simple terms, and just look at this. It is about 30 lines of code, and most of them are just empty spaces, and we can really use, just send emails in seconds. and we can really shorten this. Let's cut this token, put it here, and get the endpoint. We can delete these. For the sender, you can delete the name, but I'll just keep it because why not? And for the recipients, this is the recipient for now. I think we're not gonna need it in this file. Let's delete this because we'll be making this to be dynamic, right? The recipient will be the user that just signed up. We can delete this from here, and we're not gonna have this function. This is the config file, remember, right? We'll just say export const sender, and we can, let's say, export const client, and we should be able to use them later in the video. So let's say instead of client, let's just make this to be a little bit more readable. Mail trap client it is going to be. Okay, so I think we can save this file and just go into the Auth controller, and let's close this one as well. After we save the user and after we generate the token, we can just say send verification email, right? And we'll just pass, let's say, the user email as well as the verification token or verification code that we just created. But we don't have this function in the first place. So let's go ahead and create that as well. Under the mail trap, I will just have a file called emails.js, and we will have all of our emails. And one more file I will create. This is going to be our templates. So I'll say email templates.js, and like you can find this code from the GitHub. This is what I'll be doing. From this, under this file, go ahead and grab them and just paste it. So it is 100 lines of code, and I'll explain each of them. This is for the reset password email, for the success, and for the verification email template. Okay, so just save this and you'll see what this does. I'll explain, I promise. And under the emails file, we'll like to just create one email where we can send this verification email. Okay, so this is what I'll be doing. Just go into this file, let's say export const send verification email function. It's going to be an async function that is going to take the user email as well as the verification token. Okay, so let's say under here, we will first have the recipient. So I'll say recipient. This should be in this format, array of user objects with the email. So this is what we just got as an argument. Let's say try and catch. In the try, we'll say const response. Let's say await mail trap client. Make sure you put .js at the end, and we'll just say send. Call the function, then from which user it is going to be sender that we created, right? This is going to be your account that you should put into the sender, right? If you're using demo email just like me, then it is going to be this. But if you have your own domain, you can put that here really and with your name. So this is why we're using this config file in the first place, because we'll be using these in different places. And it is really nice to just have one configuration file and just grab those values from. And to this recipient, this email, and subject, we can just add it. And this subject will be shown as here, right? I think in the previous one, we just said that you're awesome. But now we can just say verify your email. And for the HTML, we could say like you can open up the backticks and put your HTML content, but that's why we created this template, verification email template. Let's put it, import it, and like in this template, you can see there are lots of different styles. And if you take a look at it a little bit more in detail, you can see there is a placeholder for the verification code, and we're going to really take this and replace it with the actual verification token. So I will say replace the verification token. This is the placeholder that we just put with the token that we just got from the database. And we can give a category as well. So this would be kind of like a helper option that we add. Let's say category is going to be email verification. And by adding this, you can have a bit more better analytics so that you can really see in the category of email verification, all mails are opened by the clients, or the click rate, things like that. We'll just see them later in the video. Let's say email sent successfully. We can just see this in the terminal, and here we can just say throw new error sending verification email, and we can just see this in the console as well. Let's say console.log or console.error, show the error as well. Okay, so this is a little bit annoying. Let's delete the email and just see the error just like this. Okay, it should be fine. So this is going to be the function where we'll just call, let's say, await, and this will do the magic, send an email with the verification token. So this is just some HTML and CSS. You're going to see the output just in a second, but this is really how that works if you want to send an email in the HTML format. It is really kind of like a pain, but this is the only way I think we can use the mails. And let's try to save this file. I don't really think if we need to do anything else. I'll just go ahead, delete this user from the database first, and just try to sign up again. Okay, so I'll just put my name, but it is not going to be this one. Let's say this is the account, because I can send only email to this one, because I am using the demo email, right? As I said, once again, if you add your own domain, you can send email to anyone. Okay, this is the email. Let me just send it. Send verification email is not defined. Yep, as always, we need to just get that. I did that mistake. Let's import, save, and send it once again. But I think before we send it, did we created that user? Okay, so it created. Let me just go ahead and delete this and just try to send it once again. Okay, let's just send it. Probably like, let's take a look at the terminal. Do we have any errors? Okay, so here it says cannot find module of email templates. So maybe from here, this should get the .js at the end. Sorry about this. We just got a lot of errors, but this is really how real world programming works, right? You just got a lot of errors until you make that work. Let's just refresh. Do we have the user? Okay, so we don't. Let's go ahead and send this once again. This should create the user. Let's take a look at it from here. User created. Let's refresh this one. We should be able to see the user with the email, with the verification code that is equal to 802727. Let's take a look at our inbox. We just got the new email from this user with this subject, and this is the template with the code, right? 802727, and this is the markup that we just provide in this file, email template.js. Okay, so this is really what makes it to be look like this, and we replace this verification code template with the code that we just got as an argument. So with this, I hope this makes sense at this point. This is how we can send emails in seconds. We just called the function. Let's take a look at it. We have the recipient and just one call with our client. And in the client, we have a little bit of configuration, just 3 or 4 lines of code with the sender details. Then here we just put the HTML content with the related arguments, category, subject, from, to, and it just works magically. Okay, this is gonna be it for the sign up process. I think next we can build the verify your email. So when the user puts this verification code, their account will be verified, because currently is verified is false. And this is gonna be next. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. In the previous section, we have built the Signup endpoint where we can save the user to the database, create a verification token, and send it as an email. Now it is time to get that verification code and verify the account. So we're going to go ahead and create an endpoint for this. So I will say router.post, and this is going to be /verify dash email, and we're going to call this controller function. Let's say verify email. Now we can copy this name and maybe just import it from here, and let's go into that file. We can shrink this, and maybe before the login we could say export const verify email. This is going to be the async function, right? And we're gonna go ahead and put the logic for this. So first of all, we need to get the code that user will pass, because now just imagine there will be a UI that user can put 6-digit value, right? Let's say user will see something like this and they can go ahead put the verification code. So let's say it is from 1 to 6. Once they put this and press enter or just submit that, we're gonna get this code in the backend. So I'll just say request.body. This is gonna be our verification code or token. We can just get into the try and catch. In the try, we will just say, first, let's try to find this user. I'll say await and user.find1. Now, what we'll be doing is to really find this not only with the verification token, but also with the expires at. So let's say if it is greater than date.now, and that means this is still valid, right? So we are adding this second line just to make sure that token is not expired. So we'll say if there is not user found, or if it is falsy value, we'll just say return res.status of 400, and let me just shrink the sidebar, success or false, and message invalid or expired verification code. Then below we can just go ahead and just say user is verified to be true, right? Then we will say, now after we verified the account, I think we can just go ahead into the database and delete this verification token and this expires date, because there is no point keeping them. We'll just go ahead and just say user dot verification token is going to be undefined, as well as the expires at date is going to be undefined. After we update these values, let's just save the user to the database. This is actually going to update these values, right? Then we can send a welcome email. So let's say await send welcome email. We'll just pass the user email as well as the username so that we can get this in the email template, which is going to be this one. So we will have our, let's say, company name. I'll just call it as Auth company. Really, so creative, right? You can put anything. Then we're gonna put some kind of image, and then the username as well as the email address, so that we know this mail is gonna go to that user, right? That's why we pass the user email as well as the username, so that we can use the name in the template. And at the very bottom, we will have unsubscribe button where they can unsubscribe from all the emails that we just sent, right? Okay, so let's try to create this function. As you might know, in this case, we'll go into the mail tab, emails, create this function, send welcome email. This is going to be taking the email as well as, let's say, the user name, or just let's say name, and we have a template for this as well. If you shrink this one, okay, my bad, we don't actually have a template for the welcome email. Instead of creating it here, I'll just show you how we can create it in the mail trap dashboard. So we're gonna build this in seconds and you're gonna not believe it. Let's take a look at the templates place, right? This template field or the section, let's say create new template, and they have free templates. Let's just give it a name. These are the silly suggestions that I just got. Let's delete them. Template name, let's say welcome email. Subject could be welcome to, and you would put your name, right? I'll just say welcome to Auth company. Okay, and for the category, this is really useful to be able to track stats, and we're going to take a look at it later in the video. Let's just say welcome, and that should be fine. Let's say continue, but first we need to select the domain, which is this one. Let's say continue. Now we can really start from scratch or have a welcome email template. Let's apply this one. And let's see. Okay, so if you take a look at it, this is really similar to the one that I have created previously. This is going to be your company name and the username that you're going to send. This is going to be coming as an argument, and you can really put different things here. And at the bottom, you will have the company name, address. Let's just delete for these for now. Okay, I'll just delete this, and unsubscribe button should be enough. But how do we create an image for this? Let's click that, and they have AI generated field. Let's just click that, and we can really put anything. I'll just be using this prompt and the style, let's say realistic. So this is going to take a bit time to generate. Once it is done, it should be good to go. So these are the results that we just got. This is what I had previously, and I think this is what I'll be using. Let's say use image, and it should put it into that placeholder. So we just got that, and how cool is this, right? So we can really put different things here. I think we can put an image into here. Let's go ahead and do it. So for the first one, I'll just go ahead, drag and drop an image, only one, not two. Let me just get this, put it, and it should upload it. For the name, I'll just say, let's say chat app tutorial, and we can make this to be a link. So you can really do it and put your links here for now. Let me just do it actually pretty quickly. Okay, so I just put the titles with the links and with the images. Now we can really make this go a little bit more larger, just like this. And let's add it to this one as well. Okay, this is how we can really customize this, and you can really add anything that you can imagine, and maybe you would just play around with it. This is how it's gonna look like in the desktop and in the mobile. Okay, so I think this looks fine to me, right? I will finish this, or before that you can send a test email. So let's just send it and just see how this is going to look like. Okay, let's go here. We just got this, and here we go. So this is going to be replaced with the actual company name, the username, we got the image, next step, and we have the links, and we can unsubscribe from this email as well. So I think this works really, really nice at this point. And let's say finish. This should give us a ID so that we can really use it under the integrations. Let's see if we, so how do we get the UID? Let me just take a look at it. So if you just click to the templates, you're going to get to this templates page. This is the template that we just created. Click to this one and let's say integrate, and you can see the integration guide. Okay, so this is how we can use it. Basically, we have a template UID, and this is the, once you use this ID, it is going to send this template, and you can put the company info name and then the name placeholder, because these are the things that we are using, the name placeholder as well as the company info, right? Okay, so this is basically what we'll be using. Let's go into that function, and from here we will basically build it. So I will say, first of all, the recipient is going to be this username or this email, just like this. This should be the format that we would have. Let me just only get this one. It should be an array of emails, right? Let's say try catch. In the try, we would like to, let's say, await mail trap client dot send, and get this part from the sender that we just imported previously to this recipient, and template underscore UUID. this is going to be this ID. Let's go ahead and get that. Okay, we can put it just like this. Then let's say template variables. And for the company, let me just actually type this out, or maybe just get it from here. Company info name and then the name. For the name, we're gonna give the name of the user that we just got as an argument. And for the company info name, I'll just put Auth company. You can change this with anything. And let's say this is gonna be equal to response. Let's say response and console log this. Email sent successfully, response, and we can just say welcome email. Let's say welcome email sent successfully, and in the catch we would just throw that. Okay, so we can go ahead, import this one, and maybe just try to verify our account. So that was the email we got for the verification. I will copy this and try to verify my email. Let's say duplicate. This is our endpoint. Let's say verify email or account. Then our endpoint was API auth verify dash email. Okay, in the body, we'll go raw JSON, and let's say we would like to pass the code, which is this one, right? Let's try to send this. We are not getting any response. Probably we forgot to return something back. In this function, we'll just say after we sent the welcome email, we would say res.json, let's say 200, and maybe this should be status JSON success message, as well as we can really send the user document. Let's say user document, and password is going to be equal to undefined. So if you don't send a response, this is how it's going to look like, because you are not sending any response back. Okay, so if we try to just test this out all over again, and by the way, let's take a look at the database. Is it being verified? Because we didn't send a response, it should verify it, right? Okay, sorry about this. Let's just try to do this all over again from scratch. I'll try to sign up with this account so that we can really see the entire process. Okay, user created. Let's refresh. We should be able to get an email that contains this code. Okay, let's go here. Just get this one. Okay, I'll copy this, and we have a welcome email from the previous, but I'll just delete this and just try to verify my email with this code. This is the latest code that we just got. Let's say send email verified successfully. There we go. We just got the new email with the Auth company name and username. These are the things that we just added to our template. And let's take a look at the database. This account should be verified. Okay, and the other fields are just being undefined, such as verification code, and verification code expires at fields. And I think with this, now we can really sign up, verify our email, and just get that welcome email in the first place. And in the catch, let's just handle this as well. I'll just say, you know, like 500 message server error, and we can just say success of false. And for the debugging purposes, we could say console log error in, how did we call this function? Let's say verify email. Okay, so this is gonna be it for this endpoint as well. Let's quickly reiterate what we have done. So under the index.js, we have our authentication routes where we implemented the signup. We got the verification mail, and now we would like to use that token and verify our account. So we got the token, right? We send it to the backend, and we just check if this token is expired or not. And after this, we just say, okay, account is verified, and let's delete these from the account document, save this user to the database, and just send the welcome email. And with that, everything is just working out. We can also take a look at the analytics. Let's just go into here, and by default, you're in the stats, and all of the emails are just delivered. For now, we have sent 9 emails, and unique open rate, click rate. So for now, we just have really a small amount of emails, right? This is really less. And if you have like bunch of different emails, maybe hundreds of thousands, this stats section would be incredibly helpful, and you can really just add different filters. So you can just see your categories that you have, such as welcome, email verification, and integration test. This is the first email that we sent, if you remember previously in the video. And we have like all of the mailbox providers, such as Google, Outlook, Yahoo, and all the others. And with that, it's gonna be it for this endpoint, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so after a quick break, let's continue. The very last thing that we have built so far was the sign up as well as the verify email functions, right? We have built our controllers and it just works out without any issues. Let's delete this comment and maybe try to implement the logout function. So let's just go here, and all we have to do is just clear out the cookies so that we know user is unauthenticated. So I'll just say res.clear cookie, and the cookie name that we would like to clear is going to be the token, because this is how we set that up when we created the token, right? This is how we put it into the response, and this is how we're going to delete it from the same name, right? And let's just say res.status of 200, success without any issues. Let's try to maybe test this out, but just know that I deleted every single user in my database, and I'll just go ahead, try to sign up again, just to see if everything is working and just see the entire process. User created, and this is the verification token. This is how we're going to really try to verify our accounts, and we just got the email. It is the exact same code. Let me just try to verify this. I will put this, send it, account is verified. Let's take a look at it from the database as well. So it should say true for the verified field. Okay, if we take a look at the Postman now, we have a cookie for the localhost. So currently it doesn't, but it didn't refresh. So let me just try to Control R, which is going to refresh this window. And there we go, we just have a cookie, and it is called as token. Let's try to log out. I will say duplicate this one, and I'll just call this as logout. This is going to be our endpoint called logout, and for the body, we don't really need to send anything. Let's just say send it. Logged out successfully. Let's take a look at the cookies. Again, this didn't refresh, but if I just refresh my browser with Control R, it should get rid of that. Here it says in the localhost we have 0 cookies. So that means we can unauthenticate, and the logout function is working fine. Next, we can implement the login functionality, right? So this is what we'll be doing. We have handled this one, and this one. Let's go ahead and see the login workflow. Let me just show a diagram pretty quickly. So user will click to the login button, right? Let's see. Once they click to it, there will be a request to this endpoint, and we'll just do some input validation, such as invalid email or wrong password. We'll just say invalid credentials. But if this is not the case, that means user just logged in successfully. So let's create a token for this and set it into the cookie and update the last login date, because we are keep tracking of that, if you remember from the demo application from the beginning of the video, right? Okay, and then we'll just take the user to the homepage or the dashboard, wherever that is. Let's go ahead and implement this workflow basically. So we'll just have a try catch, and let's get the email and password from the request.body. This is what user will provide us. Let's say const user and find it from the database. So user find one with the email. If it is not matching, so that means there is not a user object. So we could just say return res.status 400 invalid credentials with the success false. But if this is not the case, then we can compare the passwords. So let's just say is password valid, and we're going to call the bcrypt with the compare method. We're going to compare the password in the database. Okay, so let me just explain. We're going to compare the password that user just passed to the one that we have in the database, right? This is going to first decode this and just take a look at it if it is matching with this one. And if this is not valid, so we could say if this is not the case, then invalid credentials, but else we can just generate a token and set the cookie. Then finally, we'll just update the login history. So I'll just say user last login was just now. So this is how we called it. Let me just check. Last login. Okay, where that is? Okay, last login, which is a date. Let's say this is gonna be new date, which is just now. And we can save this user to the database and finally send a response back. So we'll just send the user object by removing the password and success message. Okay, let's just try to save it, but I forgot to add the catch. So let's just grab this and console log error in login function. Okay, let's save and duplicate this one. I'll call this as login. Our endpoint is going to be login, let's say, and we'd like to send somebody, which is going to be not code but email. And I'll put this email that we have and for the password. So just to test this out, I'll put a wrong password. Okay, so here it says invalid credentials. If I put a wrong email, it should also say invalid credentials, right? Let's put the correct password, but email is wrong, so still, and let's put everything to be correct. Okay, there we go. We just got the cookie and we are logged in. And that means login function is just completed. The next thing that I would like to add is going to be forgot password. So what is going to happen is that user will click a button that says forgot password. And let me actually show you the workflow. So where that is. Okay, so there we go. And so user will click a button, and I think I just have the images. Okay, so user will just say forgot password. They are going to put their email. And once they click to this button, well, there will be a request to our endpoint, and we'll just say if an account exists for this email, you will receive a password reset link shortly. And user will get the email that says password reset, some message. And once they click to this button, we are going to take them to our front-end application. So if you take a look at it closely to the URL, we have a token from here, right? And this token will allow us to securely reset the password. And now user can put their passwords and click to this button, which is going to send another request, right? And once they update their password, we will just send a different email that says password reset was successful, right? And this is the entire workflow basically. First, we'll build this function where we send an email that says reset your password. And for this, we need to create a token. Okay, I know this sounds absolutely crazy, but it is actually easier than you think. The first thing we need to do is just create a route where we can forgot our password, right? So I'll just say forgot password and a function for this, let's say forgot password. And this is going to be coming from this file. Let's save this one and just go into the Auth controller, maybe shrink this login function. We don't really need it at this point. and we can create that forgot password. And we don't really need this one as well. Let's shrink that and say export const forgot password async function, and we can just really start by putting our try catch. Before the try, we can extract the email because this is what user will provide us, remember, right? And we can just check for this user. Let's say await user dot find one. And if you really want to take this as a challenge, you can pause the video and try to do it. And I already have a template for this as well. So under the email templates, you can see password reset request template. You can use this and somehow create a function here that says send reset password email. This is a hard challenge. If you cannot do it, don't worry, then you can just watch my solution. Okay, so we'll just go here and we'll say if user is not found. We can just say user not found, or email doesn't exist, things like that. But if we find the user, that means this user is in our database. Well, obviously. Now let's just say generate reset token. Okay, I'll just go here and we'll be using, let me just first create this variable. We'll be using the crypto package. Let's go ahead and import it. Maybe I can shrink this part. Let's say import crypto from crypto, and we can just organize this a little bit. So we have our package imports at the top, our local imports at the bottom. Okay, so we'll just go here and just say crypto dot random bytes. We can put any value. Let's just go with 20, and we'll say 2 hex string. Okay, and this is going to be our token. Now let's create a token expiry date as well. Let's say reset token expires at, let's say from here on out, it's going to be 1 hour. So I'll just say, instead of this, I'll make this to be just 1 hour so that it is a little bit more safe. Okay, as the comment, let's just say 1 hour. There we go. Now that we have created them, we can save this to the database so that we can actually use it. Let's say user reset password. How did we call it? Okay, so this is what we have, reset password token, and it's going to be equal to this one, as well as the, let me just check, user dot reset token expires at, I don't really remember, let's take a look at it. Reset password expires at. Okay, so we're gonna put this, and this is going to be equal to the variable that we just created, and let's update the database. And once we have done this, we would like to send a email, right? Let's say send email. We'll say await send password reset email, and we're gonna put the user email as well as a reset URL, because let's take a look at it. If you remember, once user click to this button, we will take them to a URL, right? It is reset password page with the token in the URL. So instead of putting the token, I'll just say this is going to be our reset URL. So this is going to be something like http localhost, let's say 5173. This is going to be our React application, and we'll say reset password and then the reset token. This is the exact same format that we just have in the demo application. Okay, so it is not really good practice to have your client URL just like this. So let's create an environment variable for that. I'll just say client URL, and this is going to be equal to 5173. In the deployed application, we can just update this really. Okay, let's save, and we'll go here, just say this is going to be dynamic value process.env, and let me just copy and paste this. Okay, so this is going to be the reset URL that we'll pass into this function, and let's go ahead and create that function now. Under the emails, I will just say export const send is this how we called it? Send password reset email. Okay, so let's just make sure it is exactly the same, and this is going to be an async function that is going to take the email as well as the reset URL, let's say, because this is what we are sending. And let's get the recipient as always. So let's say recipient and pass the email, then have a try catch. In the try, we'll have a response. Okay, sorry, I cannot type. And we'll just say await mail trap client dot send. And let's open up this object from the sender to the recipient, and subject is going to be reset your password. And for the HTML, as I said, we already have a template called password reset request template, and we will replace the reset URL with the URL that we have. So let's take a look at this. What I mean by this, we have, let's see where that is. Under this href, we have the reset URL. Once you click that, this is going to take us to the front-end application. So we just update this string with the actual value. And finally, we can add the category for analytics. Let's just say password reset. And in the catch, I'll just say throw a new error and console log it. Okay, hopefully this should be working out. Let's go ahead here and import this. Under the catch, we will just handle this. Maybe before that, let's send a response back. Password reset link sent to your email, and console.log, as well as some success false. Okay, hopefully this should be working out. I don't really have any email that says reset your password. I just got the welcome email a couple of minutes ago, but now we can just try to test this out. I will duplicate this dude, and let's say forgot password request, and this is going to be our endpoint, forgot password. And what we need to send is going to be the email. So let's say I forgot my password for this user. Let's save this one and send it. Okay, here it says password reset link sent to your email, and indeed we just got that. Let's click to it, and if I click to this now, it should take me to the localhost. Okay, let's just wait. 51 reset password, and we have the token. But since we don't have the React application, we cannot really see this page. This will be later in the video. Okay, so now that we know the email is being sent, we can actually update this from this page, right? Let's build the endpoint for this one as well, but we will implement this, as I said, later in the video once we have the React application. So we can really just create a different route that says reset password, and we will just put a token. Okay, I'll just duplicate this, maybe give a little bit space. I'll say reset password, and we would be calling this endpoint when we click to this button. Let me just show this. So far we have, so let me just go up here. So far we have done this part, right? We sent the email, and now later we will be building this section. Once we click to it, we will just send a request to our endpoint. It is going to update the password in the database, right? In the DB, specifically MongoDB, and then send a successful email. Okay, so let's build the endpoint. Reset password, and we will have a token. And since this could be dynamic, we just put colon before to it, right? We'll just prefix it. So I'll say reset password. This is going to be the controller function that will just import from this file. Let's save and just go into the Auth controller and build that function. Let's shrink this one. Let's say export const reset password async, and we will have try and catch. Say try catch. Okay, so in the try, we will get the token, right? I will first say const token, just grab this from the params, and we call this as token because this is what we said. If this was X, then you would say give me X. I hope this makes sense, but we call it as a token. Then we will also get the password. So I'll just say password request.body. And what we want to do is first find the user. So I'll just say const user await user find one with the reset password token. And I think I forgot to show you that in the database, we also get that fields. Let's refresh. So we have the reset password expires at, and then we have this token. It is being set in the database. And when we want to update the password, we'll be using this token. So really, I can feel like this might be a little bit complicated at this point, but it is just because we haven't built the UI so far. Once we build it and just call these functions, you're gonna see it actually will make 100% sense, and I'll just try to explain it once again. For now, you can, I would say, follow along if this doesn't make too much sense, but if it makes, well, then just great news. Okay, so we'll just say reset password token is equal to this one, and expires at field is greater than data now, so that we know this token hasn't expired. And let's close this off. We will say if this returns a falsy value, we'll just say invalid or expired reset token. But else we can really update the password. So I'll just say update password. Let's say first we need to hash the password. Okay, I'll just hash this as easy as this. This is what we have done previously. Let's say user.password is going to be equal to the hashed password. And since we just updated the password, we can delete these fields just like we have done previously. We'll just set them to be undefined, and we can just save this user to the database. Okay, finally, we will send a reset success email, and we only need to pass the user email. Let's await this and just say resda status of 200 password reset successful. Let's handle the catch case and create this function. Okay, I'll save this and create this function. Let's say const, that was the function name, async. This is gonna take the user email, and we can really put the logic. So here, as always, we're gonna get the recipient just like this. This should be the format that Mailtrap wants us to pass. In the try, we will have a response where we call the Mailtrap client. Let me kill the sidebar and just say send from the sender to recipient. Subject is going to be password reset successful. Now we don't really have a template UID, but instead we have HTML. This is going to be password reset success template, and we don't really need to do any replacement because this is just going to be some static email. We don't really have any variables at all. It just says, hello, we are writing to confirm that your password has been successfully reset and blah blah, right? And okay, this is what we need. Let's add the category for the analytics so that we can really see the insights. Okay, password reset, let's say console.log if you really want to, and then catch with throwing the error. Okay, so this should be working out. Let's try to call this endpoint so that we can really try to update our email, or I'm sorry, update our password. So that was, let me take a look at the so the email. When we click to this, as I said, it is gonna take us to this page where we have the token. I will copy this and put it into my new request. Let's say duplicate. For the name, what should we call it? Let's say update password. And our endpoint was, I don't know, let's take a look at it. I already forgot it. Reset password. Reset password. And we need to put the token, right? Okay, so this is going to be the token. If we go into the body, we need to send the new password. And for the new password, I'll just say 12345. Previously it was 6, right? So it was like this. Now I'll just make it to be from 1 to 5. And if I put something wrong here, let's just say I put 5 at the end, it should give me an error that says invalid or expired reset token. So that means this route is also like secure. let's delete the 5 and make it to be correct one. Send it, reset. I'm sorry, like email is not defined. Let's take a look at it. I forgot to import it as always. Oops, I'll just try to import this. But since our code broke here, so up until here, it should be working, right? Probably it updated the password in the database. If we take a look at it, so everything just worked out, but we only didn't got the email because it was my bad that I forgot to import this function. Okay, let's just try to test this out one more time so that you just really see this is actually working. Let's say I forgot my password. I should get an email. Okay, we just got it just now. And let's say reset password. I will get the new token from here and just try to update my password. Let's say it's going to be just 123. Password reset successful. And we should get a new email that says it was successfully resetted, right? And here we just even put like, this is an automated message. Please do not reply to this email. So I think this template looks really cool and it is matching with the front-end UI that we will have later in the video. Okay, so with this, I think our endpoint is also done for this one, right? We can reset our password. The only thing that we need is going to be checking for the authentication. So I'll just go maybe at the very top and just add a get method. So I'll just say router.get check auth. And this will be called later in the video in the React application. We will call this whenever we refresh our page. So we'll just check if this user is authenticated or not, right? So what we can do to check this out, we can add a middleware called verify token. You can also call this as protect route. It is not really that important. Both of them are valid names. So you could say verify token. And after we pass this, we can just call the check auth function. So let's see what this even means, right? I'll go here under the backend, create a middleware folder and a function called verify token.js. Okay, so here in this function, we'll like to basically check for the token if it is valid or not. I will say import JWT from JSON Web Token and export this function called verify token. So this is going to take the request, response, as well as the next. And you might be asking, what the heck is this next? You'll just see in a second. But basically, once we call the, once we call the next function, it is going to call the next function. So that's all we do. Once we hit this endpoint, first it is going to run this function, and inside this function, if we call the next, it will basically call this one. So we'll just see this in a second. Let's say try and catch. Before the try, we can just try to get the token. Let's say request.cookies.token. And again, we call this as token because this is how we set that up, right? If you call it as JWT, then this should also be JWT. I hope this is 100% clear. And to be able to extract this token from the request.cookies, we need to add this middleware. So I'll just go here, first import this package, import cookie parser from the package. As I said, that this is why we installed it in the first place. I think I have explained this previously in the video, but let me just try to explain once again. By calling this will allows us to parse incoming cookies, right? So this is how we can really extract the token. Okay, so we'll just say if there is not a token, we can just say unauthorized, and we can even put this before the try, and you can just say no token provided, right? Okay, And then we can go into the try and just decode this token. So I'll just say const decode it, and we'll just say jwt.verify this token, and we will put our secret. So we are passing the secret because this is what we used when we created this token as well, right? So we used this one to be able to create the token. So we are using the same secret to be able to decode this. And we will say request.user ID is going to be equal to this decoded.user ID. And we can just say call the next function. And maybe from here, you can just say if there is not decoded. So if this is a falsy value, we can return like invalid token. That means user play around with that token. It is not valid. It should be just coming from the cookies, right? Okay, I hope this makes sense. We are going to add a user ID field to the request, which is going to be this user ID that we have in the token. And then let's just say in the catch, error in verify token with a success message. I mean, false message. Let's try to import this, and we'll go ahead and create this check auth function here. And you'll see what this does just in a second. We will basically go into our controller and just say const check auth. This will take the request and response, and we can just say try and catch. In the try, we will get the user. But how are we going to get that? It is going to be user find by ID, and since we have the user ID in the request, we could just say request.user ID, right? Just like this. And we can just say if user does not exist, we can just say user not found, but else we can just send the user. So you can say just like this, what we have done previously. If you don't want to add this part, there is another option where you would just say select the password and you just put minus. So it is going to unselect it, right? And from here, we can just say JSON success true and send the user. And in the catch, we can just handle this. So I hope this makes sense at this point. Basically, we make this route to be protected. If we have a token, we will call the next function. So this is how that works. If we are able to come up until to this line, that means we can call the next function, which is going to be this one. And in this function, we fetch the user from the database and send it as a response. Let's try to test this out. It was called as check auth. Since I am logged in currently, I'll just try to send it. Let's say get check auth, and let's say check auth. Save this and send the request. We should be able to get the user object. But now if I try to log out, so logged out successfully, and if I try to check if I am authenticated or not, it will say no token provided. This basically says you're not authenticated, and we even got the message. So depending on this, we will either show the user the login page or the home page. So this is how we check for the authentication. I hope this makes sense at this point. And so I think these are going to be all the routes that we would need for the authentication. For the backend, we just have the sign up, login, logout, verify email, forgot password, and reset password. All of them are working as expected. We set up the emails, right? Let's take a look at them. Under the mail trap, we have all of our email functions, which were about 86 lines of code. We have the templates. We created 3 different templates, and one more in the dashboard, which was for the welcome email. And we have our configuration as well. I hope this makes sense at this point, and this is gonna be it for this section. Next, we're gonna build the front end part, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. Let's continue by building a React application, which is going to be under the front end folder, right? I'll just open up my terminal and first just say cd into the front end and then just say npm create vite add latest, and I'll just put that at the end so that it creates that under the current folder. So let's go ahead and just say React and JavaScript, and then we'll just say npm install to get the node modules. Then we'll just run this application. And while this is installing that, we can just take a look at the Tailwind CSS setup because we'll be using Tailwind CSS for styling. And by the way, I have the demo application up and running at this port so that we can just take a look at this while we build our application. Okay, so let's just say vite Tailwind CSS, and this should show us the installation guide. So here, here we already created our project. Let's go ahead and install the Tailwind CSS. I'll just copy this and go here, just paste that. So it is going to first run this command, and once this is done, it'll run this one. Then we need to get this file and paste it into the tailwind config.js. So let's press enter for this command as well. This is the command that will actually create that file. Let's just wait. It should give us a tailwind config.js. Okay, so let's go ahead, delete everything in this file and just paste what we got. Then finally, we'll go ahead and update the index.css file. Under the source, let's delete everything, paste this, and we are not gonna need this app.css file. And the assets folder, let's just delete them, and we can go into the app.jsx, maybe just delete everything really. Let's just go here, just say h1 hello world, and we can give our classes. Let's just say class name text red 500, and let's just say text 5x large, which is gonna make it to be 3 rem. Okay, let's save, delete this use state, and basically everything. We're not using any of them. Okay, so we can just run our application just to see if it is going to work or not, if the Tailwind CSS initialized correctly. Let's control click to this, and we can put them maybe to here. I'll just leave it like this. Okay, so it looks like it is working, right? This is text 5x large and with the red color, and this is the demo application. Now, I'd like to just start with the sign up page, and for this we just need to set up our React Router DOM. So let's go into here and maybe just open up a new terminal and just make sure you cd into the front end, and you would say npm install, or let's say react-router-dom. Okay, so this is going to install that package so that we can really wrap our application with the browser router, right? I'll just say browser router, get this from React Router DOM, and wrap my application with it so that I can have different pages and linking in my application. So we'll go into the app.jsx, and from here, first maybe let's just give a couple of styles so that we have that green background color, right? I'll delete this, just wrap everything with a div. Let's say class name is going to be minimum height of screen. Then we'll say background gradient to bottom right, and we'll say from gray, I think 900 to, let's say via green, let's say green 900. And let me just shut this left hand side and give a little bit space so that it is readable. Let's say to emerald 900, this is going to be, and it'll say flex, items will be centered, justify centered, and I think it's going to be relative, as well as overflow is going to be hidden. So these are going to be the classes for the outer div. Then we'd like to have these floating shapes. So do you see, like, one we have here, second one is here, and also there's a third one, like it is almost in the edge of the screen, right? This is large, small, and medium size. And for this, we're gonna be creating a component. Let's just say source components. We're gonna put all of our components here, and let's just create one called floating shape.jsx. And this is going to be, let's first let's first see how can we call this. So we'll just say floating shape, and it is going to take a couple of styles or props, such as color. For the first one, let's just say it's going to be BG green of 500, and then we're going to give the size, let's say width 96, or maybe this is a bit too large. Let's just go with 64 and height 64. The top position, let's say it's going to be -5%, and we'll have the left position, let's just say this is going to be 10%, and we'll have a bit delay. Let's just say delay for this is going to be 0. Okay, so this is going to be for the first floating shape. Let's save to get this formatting, and we'll have two more. As I said, one large and medium and small. So large, medium, and small, we change the colors a little bit, as well as the positions with delays. And let's take a look at this component, how we can create it. Now, to make this, let me just get this, how do we call it? Like the snippet. To be able to get this, you need to grab this extension called ES7. Okay, it is this one. Once you install it, you can just say RAFCE to get this boilerplate code. And now to make them to be animated, we'll be using framer motion. So let's open up the terminal, make sure you're under the front end, and then just say npm install framer-motion. So with this, we can really just put animations pretty quickly. And this is going to be not just a div, but it is going to be motion.div. Oops, let's just say motion.div. And we'll go ahead and import the motion from framer motion. We'll see how this works just in a second. So this is going to take the props, such as color, size, top, left, as well as the delay props. And we'll just go ahead, give some classes. I'll say class name. This is going to be first, like dynamic, right? This would be taking the absolute, let's say rounded full, and it's going to take the color as well as the size, which are coming from the props. Then we can just give a bit opacity. Let's see, opacity is going to be 0.2, and blur is going to be X large, which is about 24 pixels. Then we can give the top left on top of it. So I think we could also just say top and left, just like this. And then we'll give the animate style. Let's say animate, which takes an object. Okay, just like this. And here we would like to just give the positions. So like in the y-axis, it's gonna be first 0%, 100%, and then 0 back again. So I'll just get this and do the same thing for x-axis. And finally, the rotation, going from 0 to 360. And this is going to also take the transition. Let's say this would be an object. We can give a duration, so how long it is going to do this, which is going to be about 20 seconds. Let's say is going to be linear, and the repeat is going to be infinity, just like this. So it will be always doing the same kind of transition. And we can pass the delay, which is coming from the props. And so we don't really need this text, and this can be self-closed div. Okay, so since this is just for the decoration, we can even add area hidden to be true, so that it is not accessible by screen readers, which is a best practice that we should do. And now here we have a warning, which is coming from React prop types. So let's go ahead and disable this. From the ESLint, I'll just say under the rules, React/prop-types is going to be off. If we save this, hopefully it should get rid of that error. And let's try to import this. Now we can save and just test out our application. So there we go. This is how that works. But the positioning is not really working. So instead of putting it into the class, maybe we can grab this both of them and just put it into the style. So I'll just say style top and left. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay, there we go. It just works. This starts at the top, this is in the bottom, and the other one should be in the middle of the screen, but like outside of here, and it'll just pop in. Okay, so this is the exact same UI that we have just built. Next thing could be building the sign up page. So I'll just go into my VS Code. Let's close this one, close these, we don't really need them. We would like to create our routes. So I'll just say wrap everything with the routes, and we can put our specific routes. So let's just say route, import this, and let's say if we visit the home page, we would like to just say home page component for now, or maybe let's just return a text that says home. Then we would like to have sign up as well as the login pages. So I'll just say sign up. In this case, we would like to see a component which we'll create just in a second. Let's say sign up page. And in the login case, we'll just do the exact same thing. Let's copy this, paste it, and the name is going to be login page. Let's create these pages. Under the source, a folder called pages, sign up page.jsx. Let's create this, save, close, and do the same thing for this one. That should be login page.jsx. Create it, save it, close it, and let's go ahead and import them. Okay, we cannot get the auto suggestion, so let's just do it manually. So import sign up page from this location as well as the login page. Let's try to see. If I visit the home page, I can see home. If I visit login page as well as the sign up page. Okay, let's start with the sign up page style, right? We just have a card in the middle of the screen with some input elements, with a password strength element, as well as a button with a link at the bottom. So this is also going to be a motion div, because once we refresh this page, it just comes from the bottom, right? So let's go into the sign up page, make this to be a motion div. First, let's import the motion from framer motion. And this is going to be motion.div. Just like this, we're going to give some classes as well as initial animate styles. Let's say initially opacity is going to be 0 and Y direction is going to be, let's say, 20 pixels. And in the animate, the opacity is going to be 1 and Y will be 0 so that it is in the normal position. And the transition is going to be a duration of half of a second. Then class name, what I can do, this is not really UI course, so I'll just maybe speed up the class name parts. Let me just save and try to explain. We give maximum width of 448 pixels. Width is going to be full in minimum, so it's just going to take the full screen in smaller screens. Background gray of this color, right? 800. Opacity will change a little bit, and we give these classes so that it has this kind of blurry background. And this is going to be our classes for the outer div. Let's give one more div with a padding of 8, and we'll go inside, just say h2 is going to be class name of, I'll just get the classes. So this will just make it to be look like this. So background gradient we have going from that green color basically. Okay, inside I'll just say create account. Okay, let's save. So this is how we can do background gradient in Tailwind CSS. We just say we're going to the right from this color to this color, and text will be transparent as well as background clip text so that we can really see that gradient is working. And then inside this we'll have, maybe below this we'll have a form. We're not going to need any actions. Let's just delete it. On submit we can have a function. Let's just say handle sign up. Let's create it, which is going to be taking the event, and it can just say prevent the default. And now for input elements, we would like to have some kind of reusable component, because if you can take a look at the UI, it is the same thing, just with different icons and placeholders, right? Same for this page as well as the login page. So what I'd like to do is just create a component for the input. I'll just say input.jsx, and let's see how this is gonna look like. I'll just say RAFCE, get the code, and this would be first class name of, let's say, relative, and margin bottom of 6. And this is going to be taking some props. So let's say this is going to take an icon as well as all the different props that user pass. So that would be, let's say, placeholder, value, on click, that kind of thing. And since we'll be using this icon as a React component, we will just uppercase this. So this is how we rename it, and you'll see why we do this just in a second. And for the icons, we'll be using a package called Lucid React. So let's say npm install lucid-react, and make sure you're under the frontend folder. Okay, this is gonna go ahead and install it. Inside this input, we will first have a div. This is going to be holding the icon. So we'll just say icon and self-close it. This is going to be taking class name of width of 5 and height of 5. If you want to shorten this, you could basically delete it and just say size 5. It is the exact same thing. Then text green of 500, and now this is why we actually rename this icon. So this will be used just like a normal component, right? This is a self-closed, and we couldn't do it like this. We can just say this is going to be an icon. That would be an HTML element. So we rename this to be uppercase icon, so that this is a React component actually. I hope this makes sense. Let's just give some classes for this one. Absolute inset y of 0, let's say, left 0, flags items centered, and padding left 3, pointer events none, so user cannot really select it. Then below this, we'll have the actual input element, which is going to be not type of text. So this could be type of email, password, text, really anything. So that's why we are getting this props. So we'll just say it should take all the props, whatever user passes. Then we'll just give our classes. And in this case, I'll grab the classes and paste it. You can also do the same thing, but basically this just makes it to be look like this for the input element, right? So it has this focus state where it is accessible. It just looks nice. And so yeah, this is going to be the input element. Let's try to use one of them in the sign up page. So if I just go here and just say give me the input element that I just created, this is going to be taking some props such as an icon. Let's say this would be taking the user icon coming from Lucid React. Let's go ahead and import it. Import user from, let's say, Lucid React. This is the icon. Then we are going to put the type. Let's say type will be text, and placeholder could be full name. So this is how we can create reusable components. Let's say value. For the value, we can just create a state. I'll say const, just say name, set name, and initially it's going to be an empty string. Let's just say this is going to be taking the name, and on change, we would like to just update that state. Let's save and take a look at the output. So didn't I save this? Okay, for some reason I cannot see it. Let me just refresh. Okay, so it just works out. This is how we created an input. If we want to create a different input, all we have to do, copy this, duplicate it, and just change the icon. Let's just say you would like to have the mail icon coming from Lucid React. Type is going to be email. Placeholder would be, let's say, email address. And on the value, we would put our state. So let's just get an email state and bind it. Say set email, and it should be good to go. there we go. This is how easy it is to just duplicate inputs at this point. I'll just make this to be duplicated. Icon will be log icon coming from Lucid React, which is this one. And type would be password. Let's just say password for the placeholder and create a state. Password. Oops, it should be set password. Okay, so there we go. This is the exact same UI that we just created. Below to it, we'd like to have an like a component called password strength meter. So I'll just put a comment. Let's just say password strength meter will just go here, but we'll build it in a second. And we'd like to have one more motion button this time, not div. Let's try to create it. Okay, so as always, this is going to be taking millions of classes. Let me just grab this and put it. So this will look insane, but please, if you really want to, pause the video, take a look at all these classes. It is just giving some styles to make it look awesome. Other than this, we don't really have too much thing. So we just have the hover state, focus state, like all these classes, what it is doing. We have some transition and some width, padding in the Y direction, X direction, and some background gradient. And we'll like to just animate this a little bit, such as when we hover over it, we'll like this to scale up. And when we click to it, we'll like this scale down so that it looks something like this. So I just hovered over it, it scaled up, and I click to it, it just goes down, right? And finally, we'd like to just say type of this is going to be submit. And inside this, we could just say, I think, sign up. Like this, and it should be good to go. Then below this form, we would like to have, and below this div as well, we would like to just have that link. So that would take us to the login page. So we're going to build this section. I'll just say, give me a div with these classes, padding X of, let's say, 8, Y of 4, BG gray of 900. Then we'd like to have background opacity 50, and we'd like to have flex justify centered. And inside this, we're gonna have one p tag. This basically says already have an account with a space, and you can just give some classes, text small and text gray of, let's say, 400. And then into it, we could say just a link. This link element will be coming from React Router DOM, so just make sure that you import it at the top. And then we'll go inside, just say log in, maybe just like this, and this would take us to the login page. And let's give some classes, text green of 400, let's say, and on the hover state, we'd like to just underline this. Let's save. So this is what we just got. The bottom section is just created, right? And I think once we clicked it, it should take us to the login page. Now we'd like to build this password string component, right? Let's go ahead and create one. I'll just say password, password strength strength meter.jsx. I hope I don't have a typo, right? Password strength. Okay, I'll create this. This would be looking a little bit complicated at first, but I promise it will make sense if you just try to understand it a little bit, right? So first of all, we're gonna have a component for the password criteria. I'll just go here and try to create it. Const, I'll say password criteria. This is going to be taking a password as an argument, and it is going to just have some logic. Now we'll be using some regular expressions. Let me just go ahead and get this. You can find this from the GitHub repo. This doesn't make too much sense to type this out. basically we'll have checks for each of these states. So at least 6 characters, and this is how we can check for it. The password.length contains uppercase letter. We are using regular expressions. This is how we can check if a password contains uppercase letter. Same for the lowercase. It contains a number and special character such as underscore, right? And we're gonna map through this and just try to either show an X icon, right? Cross icon, or let's say it's gonna be check icon. So this is what we'd like to build with this component. I'll just say return a div. This is gonna have, let's first create it, the class name of margin top of 2 space y of 1. There we go. Then inside we'll just say criteria dot map, and let's just get each, I think I'll just call it as item just to keep it a little bit simpler, and we'll just get the index because we might need it. Then we'll just say div, let's return it for the key, and why this doesn't close that off, let's just say key is gonna be index, or you can just say label, item.label. It is the same thing because all of them are unique. Then this is gonna take the class name of flex, items would be centered, and text would be x small, just like this. Then inside this div, we'll basically say if item.met the condition, right? Then we'd like to render this section or else this section. If it is met, right, we would like to just show this check icon, and let's import it. Then we'll just say class name, size for text green 500, and margin right of 2. This should be good to go, just like this. And in the else case, we'll show this X icon. Let's import it. Then we'll say size for text, instead of red, let's just say gray 500, and margin right of 2. Okay, so this should be good to go, and we'll just show the item label in a span. Let's just say span item.label and give this classes. This is going to be kind of like dynamic. Let me just give a little bit space, scroll, and I'll say if item.mat, this is going to be text green 500, but else text gray of, let's just say 400. Okay, we can save this. This is going to be for the password criteria, and we'll be using this just in a second. Okay, so this is also going to take the password as the argument. And here we'll just go ahead and try to create a function to get the strength. So that would be either 1, 2, 3, or 4. If it is like 0, right, we'll just get nothing, just like this. But if it is 1, the first one will be completed. And if it is 2, this is how that will look. If it is 3, and finally, if it is 4th, right? I hope this makes sense. This is what you'd like to do. And again, just to speed up the process a little bit, I paste this function and try to explain. We're going to call this function get strength by passing the password. So it is going to check if it is longer than 6 characters, it's going to make this strength to be 1. And if hit this if check, which is for lowercase and uppercase, and it's going to just make it to be +1. Same for the, I think, numbers and special characters. I hope this is correct, right? I think this is for the digits, right? Yeah, contains a number. This is the exact same thing that we just had. Okay, so this will just return you this strength depending on the password. And we can get the strength text. So that would be either like strong or good or fair or weak, right? Okay, I'll just create this function. If it is 0, very weak, then weak, fair, good, and strong. Okay, so finally, we'll just go ahead and return the JSX. Let's say class name is going to be margin top of 2. Then we'll have a div with class name, flex, justify, centered. Items would be centered as well. Margin bottom of 1. And this is going to have a span. This just says password strength. Let me just grab this, paste it. And we'll like to get the password strength text. Okay, so just like this, then we'll like to render this part actually, this strength meter. And if you can take a look at this, we have 4 different elements, right? They would be either taking the color or they would just take the this grayed out color, right? We'll go below this span and div. We'll just say, give me another div, class name, flex, and space x of 1 we could just give. Then we will have 4 different elements. This is how we can create it. Let's just say 1, 2, 3, or 4. But what happens if you have like 20 different? Would you just type it up until 20? Well, not really. So basically you would just go ahead and say, let's say dot 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 array of 4. This would give you 4 elements that you could map through. I'll just say map get the element as well as the index, and we'd like to return this part, which is going to be a div. Let's just make this to be self-closed because it is just a decoration. We can give the key as the index, then class name, let's just say this is going to be dynamic, height of 1, width of 1 divided by 4, so that we can have 4 different divs with the same width. Let's say rounded full. We'll give the transition of colors, duration of 300 milliseconds, and here we'll just check. Let's just go give out a bit space. I'll just say if the index, let me just go inside, if index is less than strength, then we can actually get the color. So I'll just say get color, and this is a function I think we forgot to create as well. So let me just grab it and put it up here. Okay, if the strength is 0, we're gonna get this color, else red, yellow, and yellow different color, as well as the the green color. And we'll just say get color, and we'd like to pass the strength into it, but else this is going to be gray of 600 so that it is grayed out. Let's try to save, and below this div we'll just have the password criteria element. I hope this is going to work. Do we have any typos? We are not using this index, so let's just delete it and just try to test this out. We need to call the password strength meter here and put the password as the argument. So this is what we got. Probably we have some styling issues. Let's just see password strength. They should be spaced out. Let's try to find it. So I just said password strength items maybe should be, I'm sorry, justify should be space between, maybe justify between. Okay, now it is working. Let me just zoom in and just try to test this out. For the password, I'll just put 1, and it contains a number at this point. I'll just say A. It contains a lowercase. I'll put a uppercase A. Contains uppercase letter, and let's put 6 characters. I'll just put, A, B, C. There we go. It is 6, and let's put a underscore. There we go. Now it is strong. So this is how that works. I hope it makes sense. First, we built the password criteria section as well as this password strength part. So this is what we have for this component. This is the password criteria. We show either a check mark or X, right? As well as the item label, which is going to be this text. Then we built this part, which is going to be this one. So this is going to be it for this component, and I think we can go into the login page and just try to build it. So if we take a look at this component, this is completed. We need to build the login page. So I'll go close all of these and head over to the login page and just try to build the UI. First of all, I'll just get 2 different states. For the email as well as the password, they would be empty initially, and then we will get the motion import at the top. Let me just grab this actually. oops, get the import. I cannot copy and paste it for some reason. Let's just say motion from framer motion, and we'll be using some icons from Lucid React, such as mail, log, and loader. This would be for the loading state later in the video, and we're gonna get the link from React Router DOM, and we can create a function. Let's say const handle login. This is going to be passed into the onSubmit. We can basically just prevent the default for now, and we'll have a motion div that we'd like to return. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have with a bunch of classes to give that blurry background and with some transition that goes from bottom to top, just like in the sign up page. Then we'll have this part. Let me just put it. Oops, so sorry about this, but okay, so we just have a div that says welcome back, just like in the demo, and we'll have two different inputs inside a form. Let's just say form. We're not gonna have an action, but instead on submit, this is gonna call the handle login function that we just created, and we'd like to have an input element, just like we have done previously. We need to put the icon, the type, placeholder, value, as well as the onChange function. Then let's do the same thing for the password. Okay, so we can just save and see the output. If I go to the login page, this is how that looks. Below to it, we'd like to show a link that says forgot your password. And let's just put it. Once we click to it, it should take us to the forgot password page. So I'll click to it, there we go, but we don't have this page. This is something that we'll build later in the video. Then below this, we would like to have a button that says login, as well as this linking section. So just like in the previous component, we will just have a motion button below this link and even below this div. I'll go ahead and paste it. For now, let's just delete this part, and this is gonna say login. Again, classes looks absolutely insane, but you can pause the video and take a look at it if you really want to. Let's try to see. We just got the login button that has this hover effect, click effect, and we'd like to build this bottom section where it just links us to the to the sign up page. Below this form, below this div, but still inside the motion div, we'd like to have one more div that says don't have an account, then visit the sign up page. And if we clicked it, we'll go into the sign up page and else in the login page. Now we have some kind of ESLint warning that says instead of using single code, you should escape it with one of these. So if you delete this single code and replace this, it should be working out. But I think this is really annoying. Let's go ahead and disable this. The property is called React No Unescaped Entities. So we'll just go into the ESLint and just say React No Unescaped Entities will be off. And now we just got rid of that error and we have something that we're not using. So this is going to be this loader. Later in the video, we'll be using it. Let me just try to actually show this. I'll say const is loading. Let's just say this is true for now. So for this button, we will say if it is loading, we would like to show a loader with this size, and else this is gonna say login, and we can just say disabled if it is loading. And now since it is true, we're gonna see this icon, but let's just make it to spin. I'll say animate spin, and we can just say text would be centered. Okay, so it spins, but it is not being centered. Maybe we could say MX auto. Okay, so this just works, and this is what we're gonna see in the loading state just for a second. Okay, so we can delete the text center, we don't really need it, and just save and make the is loading to be false. Later in the video, this would be coming from the actual API. So with this, I think we just built the login page as well. Maybe we can really test out the sign up functionality at this point. So we're gonna just fill in this form, and once we say sign up, it should send us an email, and it is going to take us to the verify email page. Maybe we should first build the verify email page and then just try to add this functionality. And before we even build the verify email page, let me just show you how it is going to look like. This is the demo application that I'll just try to sign up with this account. And let's just put password from 1 to 6 and just say sign up. It should send us an email, and it took us to the verify your email page. Here we can see from the URL. So this is a complex component. This is just going to handle a lot of different edge cases, such as if we just put something in, it is going to focus into the next input immediately. And if we delete something, it is gonna focus to the previous one. So this requires a little bit complex logic, and we're gonna see how to build this. And one more edge case is that if you put 6-digit character, so let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cut this. So let's say you copy it from your email and you focus on this one. If you paste that, it should fill the rest of it, right? So this logic will be a little bit complicated, and so just keep that in mind. If you don't understand the code that we'll be writing in a second, it is completely normal. Maybe you should pause the video and take a look at it, because this is absolutely complex if you have never built something like this previously. So let's start by creating a route called verify-email and create a page called email verification page.jsx. Obviously, we're not going to put it here, but we will just say under the pages.jsx, right? Email verification page. Let's try to create this and import it. We cannot get the auto suggestion, so let's go ahead and get it from here. Let's save and just try to build the UI. I'll go into this page. Let's close this one and navigate to the verify email. So this is how that looks. Okay, so we would like to just build it. Now for the 6 different input elements, we would like to have a state, and initially all of them are empty, right? So this is how we're gonna build it. I just called it as code for the state name and 6 different empty strings. And then we'd like to keep track of the input references. So this is how we are going to keep track of it using the useRef hook. And there will be some navigations later in the video, so we can just get the navigate function from React Router DOM. So this is something that we'll be using later. And let's try to build the UI maybe pretty quickly. Let's say we will have a div with some classes. I don't really want to care about the UI. That's why I'll just get the class name and paste it. So this will just make it to have this background, right? This color, this width, that kind of thing. And let's go just create a motion div. First, let's just try to import the motion from Framer Motion. And again, I don't really care about too much about the UI or the styling, right? I'll just say motion.dev and give the styles for the classes as well as the animation. And inside this, we will have an h2 that says verify your email with this styling as well as a p tag. So I will just grab them and paste them. Okay, below this, we would like to have a form. Let's say form is not going to have an action, but it would have the on submit, and let's say class name space y of 6. And below this, we'll have a div with class name, flex, and justify between. So this is going to be the input elements. So what I'll be doing is basically just grab this and maybe paste it. Okay, so we're gonna have this handle change and handle key down functions. Let's just type them out and then I'll explain. And let's say const handle key down and give a little bit space. Okay, so basically we map through this state, which is 6 different elements. And for each of them, we return an input and we give a key as well as a reference that is matching with the current index. So it's going to bind the state to the input ref that we just have, right? Then we have the maximum length for each input so that if we just paste longer than 6 digit, it is not going to work. Okay, so we have on change and on key down with some stylings, right? And now I think we can just put a button below this form and just call this a day. Let's just say go under this form, right? Or just maybe above the form, paste this motion.button, and let's get a loading state. For now, this could be hard-coded. Okay, it's gonna be false just for now, and let's try to handle this logic, because currently if we just type something in, nothing is gonna work, right? I'm just pressing my keys like 1, 2, 3, but it is not working because we are not updating the state. So as I said, this is gonna look a little bit complicated at first. If you don't really get this 100%, it is not that important initially. So let's handle the key down case. This is going to be the function when we just press backspace, and if we have some inputs into it, it should focus into the previous input ref, right? Then let's handle the handle change function. So we're gonna get the new code state. This is something that we'll just update, and we need to just keep track of the paste case, right? I'll just say handle pasted content. And this is gonna have an if as well as an else case. So in the if case, that means if user pastes something longer than 1 character. So let's say if value.length is greater than, let's just say a length. If it is greater than 1, that means they just paste something longer than 1 character. In this case, we'll just map through each element and put it into the new code. This is going to be the new state, and we'll like to just focus onto the next element. So I'll again copy the code and just paste it. Focus on the last non-empty input or the first empty one. So if they paste something like just 1, 2, right? I'll just say 1, 2, cut this, and once we just paste that, it should fill the first one, second one, and then focus onto this one, right? So this is what we have just done. And in the else case, we will basically just go through one by one. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. We'll just say focus onto the next one. And maybe we can save this and just test this out. I'll refresh. If I just say 1, 2, 3, it just moves on to the next one because I put one by one. If I just copy 1, 2, 3, I'll just cut this and try to paste it. Okay, so it just fills all them in and focuses on the next one. And if I just keep continue, so it didn't work out. Let me just get 1, 2, 3 again and paste it here. Okay, so it doesn't work out. Only it works if you put into the first one, which is something that we are like, this is something what we would like to have, right? We always want the user to start from the first one. And now we need to keep track of this with a use effect as well, so that if the user filled, let's say 6 characters, it should immediately click to this button, right? So we can create an event for this. I'll go ahead below everything. I'll just say use effect, and I'd like to just put a comment, auto submit when all fields are filled. Okay, so let's initialize a use effect. This would be called whenever the code changes, and we'll just say if code dot every digit is filled. right? If we just say digit is not equal to empty string, just like this, then we can, let me just delete this part. We'll just say call the handle submit function with the new event being submit. Let's try to create this handle submit. Okay, so let's go ahead and bind it to this form element. We'll just say on submit, call the handle submit. And inside the handle submit, basically we can prevent the default so that it doesn't refresh the page, and we can get the code and just make it to be string because currently it is an array. I'll say const verification code. This is going to be a string, and we can just say alert you submitted this code. Okay, so let's save and just test this out. I will copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I just cut this, save this page, and just go ahead and paste it. Okay, so here it says verification code submitted from 1 to 6. And since alert is synchronous, it is blocking the UI, but the value should be there. If you say something like console.log, it should be looking a little bit better. Let's open up the console, clear everything, refresh the page, and then just paste it. Okay, there we go. It says verification code submitted. So I hope this makes sense at this point. I know that this function logic is completely like overwhelming if you are a beginner especially, but really this is the code that we need to type out. So maybe you can just pause the video at this point, just try to understand this line by line. And this is the output that we just have. So what we can do is right now build the sign up functionality so that once we get the verify email, we should be able to use this UI and submit the verify email code. Okay, so we'll go into the sign up page, and this is the functionality that we'd like to build. Now for the authentication functions and state, I'll be using ZooStand. So let's try to install it, and we're gonna see what that does. Let's say npm install ZooStand, and make sure you install it under the front end. Let's create a folder under the front end, under the source, called store, and I'll just say auth store.js. Okay, so let's try to import the create function from ZooStand. So ZooStand is going to be our state management library. And basically, we're going to create all the states and functions needed for the authentication in one place, which is going to be this file. And we'll be able to use and call all of them in any component and in any page that we want to. So that would be the global state management solution for us. And for the requests, I don't really want to use the fetch. Instead, I'd like to use Axios, which is a little bit more, convenient. I'll say npm install Axios and make sure you're under the front end again. And this should install that package for us. Let's say import Axios from Axios package, and we can create a hook now. Export const use auth store, I'll say. And this is how we can really create it. We will basically return an object, and this function takes the setter as an argument. And you're going to see how we can use it. So we'll have a user state. Initially, it's going to be null. And once we sign up, we will update this user to be the actual user that is authenticated. And we'll have is authenticated as the Boolean value of false. Error, if we have any, it's going to be null initially. Is loading, so we can show some loading spinners. So we'll just say false initially, and let's say is checking auth. Let's say is checking auth, and this would be true initially because whenever we refresh the page, just for a second, we will check for the authentication if user is logged in or not. Depending on that, we might want to show the, let's say, the sign up page. Let me just go into the sign up. Okay, so depending on if user is logged in or not, we will either show the sign up or the home page, right? So this is that state we are keeping track of. And let's create a function called sign up. This is going to be an async function, and this would be taking the email, password, as well as the name of the user. And from here, we would like to just initially set the states. So let's say is loading going to be true and error would be null, right? Because we just started this function. Then we'll have try and catch. In the try, we will just say await Axios dot post, let's say, and our endpoint. So we can just say something like HTTP localhost 5000 API auth sign up. So this would be fine, but every time I don't really want to type all this out. So what I can do is basically cut this part, right? Or even maybe the API auth as well, because this is the authentication app that we just have. So I'll create a variable. I'll say const API underscore URL, and it's going to be equal to this one. And now we can just really every time prefix it with it. So let's delete everything in this. Oops. So it should be looking like this. We will say first we would like to start with the API URL / sign up. And we can put our body, which is going to be email, password, and name. This is going to return us a response. And from here, we can really extract the data. I will say now you should set the state. User would be response dot data dot user, because this is what we are returning in the backend. Let's take a look at it. Controller. When we sign up, in the response, we are returning the user field. That's why we say response.data.user. And now we can update the other states, such as is authenticated is going to be true and loading state would be false. And in the catch case, we could just say set error is going to be error.response data.message. And if this is empty, we could just say error signing up, right? And loading state is now false. And we can just throw the error from this function so that we can really catch it in the handle submit function. Okay, so we just throw it in the catch, and once we use it, I think we're gonna see how that works. So that would be the sign up function that we just built. Let's try to use it in the sign up page. I'll just go into the sign up page, and we had the function called handle sign up, and here basically we would like to call that sign up function. So you say first use auth store, and we would like to grab the sign up. Let's just say const sign up, because this is how we called it, right? Sign up, and we just destructure it. Now when we submit this, first we prevent the default, and we have try and catch, let's say. In the try, we will say await sign up function with the email, password, and name. Let's make this to be async. And once we successfully complete this, we can just navigate the user. Let's say navigate, and maybe just grab that function. Use navigate coming from React Router down. Okay, we'll just say once the user signs up, take them to the verify email page. And in the catch case, we can just console log it. Let's just say console log the error. Okay, so if we want to show some error in the UI, we can destructure it from here. Let's say error, as well as the is loading state. Loading, because these are the things that we just called it, right? Error and is loading. And this is how we can destructure them. So we'll just go below the inputs, and just show some kind of an error message. I'll just say if there is an error, I'll just go ahead and say p class name text red 500, font would be semi-bold, and that's it. Maybe margin top of 2, and we'll just render the error itself. Then for the loading state in the button, we'll just say if it is loading, we can show a loading icon. I'll just say loader coming from Lucid React. This is going to have the class name of, let's say, animate spin and mx of auto. Then size could be 24, and in the else case, we'll just say sign up. And let's say this would be disabled. Let's say disabled if we are in the loading state. I hope this makes sense now. Let's just try to test this out. First, I'll go into my application that we are currently building. Let's try to sign up. And I'll just put password from 1 to 6. Let's just see what is going to happen. We have the loading state. Do we have any errors in the console? Okay, so it looks like we cannot send a request to our server. It is because we didn't handle the course, right? So what we can do is basically just go into the backend and handle the course errors. And let me just try to install a package under the backend. We'll just say npm install, and not under the backend, but in the root, because this is the place we are installing packages for the backend. We'll just say npm install course. This is gonna go ahead and install that package, and we can really try to set that up in the index.js file. Let's try to get the course from course, right? This is the package, and I think here we can set that up maybe just below the app or below the express.json, above the express.json. App.use, we're gonna call the course, and we need to put an object with the origin and credentials. So origin is going to be localhost 5173. This is our React application, and credentials is going to be true so that we can send the cookies in the request, right? This is going to be how we can handle the authentication. Okay, let's just save this, and with that, now we can accept requests from our front-end application. And to be able to send the credentials, we need to just add one kind of like an configuration here. I will say axios.defaults with credentials is going to be true. So in every single request, Axios will just put the cookies into the request header, right? This would just make it to be included. Okay, let's just try to save and see this in action. I'll say sign up. Hopefully this should work out this time. Okay, so here it says undefined reading data. Looks like it didn't work out. Let's take a look at the terminal. Okay, so we don't have the backend running in the first place. npm run dev, let's get this. So this is going to start our development server, right? Let's wait for this to just start. Okay, so if I just go ahead into the server.js or index.js, if I delete this line, let's see what is going to happen. I'll just say refresh this page, put a name, an email, and a password from 1 to 6. Okay, it says you got the course errors. Let me just bring this back and save. Now I'll just try to send again. But first, let me just refresh. And let's put the password and sign up. So here we go, we just sent the request, but we got an error that says user already exists. That is true. Let's go ahead and delete that user from the database and just try to sign up with that account again. I'll say sign up. Okay, there we go. We just got into the verify email page and it should send us an email. Even though it looks like we didn't got the email, but actually we just get that. Here it is under the promotions. So this is the verify code that we just got 0 minutes ago. I'll try to copy this and paste it to here, and nothing is going to happen because we didn't handle this case. So we just got the code, but it has not been submitted, right? Okay, so this is gonna be it for the sign up function, and next we can build the verify email functionality. So again, I'll just go here and create a function called verify email, and this is going to be an async function where we just take the verification code as the first argument. In the set case, we can update the error and set the loading state to be true, then have a try catch. In the try, we'll say const response will be equal to await axios.post, and we will put the API URL and our endpoint, and we'll just send the verification code. But I think in the backend we are getting this just a code, so this is what I'll be doing. This is how we destructure it from the request.body, and this should be response. Then below this we can update the state. I'll just say set user will be response data.user, authenticated will be true in this case, and response the loading state will just be false. Below to it, we could say return the response dot data. And in the catch, let's update the loading state as well as the error and just throw it just in case we use it later in the video. Okay, so this is going to be it for the function. Super basic. We just sent a request to our endpoint with the code and just get a response back. Let's try to use this in the verification page. So as always, we'll just say use auth store. Just call this. This is going to give us, let's say, const the error case and is loading, and most importantly, verify email function. Since we have the loading coming from here, we can delete this one, and we'd like to call this function in the handle submit, I think, right? We'll just go here. We have the handle submit. Instead of console logging this, we will have a try and catch. In the try, we will say await verify email by passing the verification code. Let's make this to be async. And I think below to it, we could just say navigate the user to the homepage because they just verified their email. And we can show a kind of like a toast, which is a notification message. So I'll just go ahead, open up a terminal. Under the front end, I'll say npm install react hot toast. This is the package that we'll be using. So here we can just say toast dot success, and I'll say email verified successfully. Now to be able to make this work, first we need to go into the app.jsx, and below the routes we should say something like toaster get this from the react hot toast and just import it. Okay, so I think this is how we import it, and also import the toast just like this from react hot toast. Okay, let's try to just see this in action, and in the catch we could just maybe show a toast, or maybe let's just say set error. Do we have a state for the error case? No, we don't. So we can just console log the error. This is what I'll be doing. Console log the error, but we can go here and at some point just show the error, right? I'll go above the motion button and just say if we have an error, just show it inside this p tag. Okay, so let's try to test this out. This is the code that we just got. I'll put something wrong. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Here it says invalid or expired verification code. Let's delete everything, put the correct one. I'll just paste it. Okay, here it says email verified successfully. As soon as we put that in, it just submitted an event and it just verified it. Let's take a look at the database. I'll refresh this. User should be verified. There we go, and we should get a welcome email. Here it says 0 minutes ago, and this is the email that we just got, and it is working just like we expected. And we are in the homepage. And I think we can build the homepage now, where we fetch the user data and just display it here, which is going to be the dashboard page, right? And to be able to fetch the user data, we can again create a function to be able to check the authentication status, right? So inside here, we have sign up, verify email, and maybe below to this, we can just create a check auth function, which is going to be an async function, and we'll basically just send a request to our backend and just check if user is authenticated or not. Let's say set is loading first, or maybe instead of is loading, that should be is checking auth, because this is the state that we just created, and we can just set the error to be null, and then we'll have a try and catch. In the try, we will just say response and send a request to our endpoint. So we called it as check-auth, and we're gonna get a response back. Then let's update the state. User would be response data.user, is authenticated would be true, is checking auth. Obviously it is gonna be false because we just checked for it, and error could be null. So we already done the error case, so we can just skip it and close that off. And finally, in the catch case, we will update the error. So here, this is how it's going to look like, or null. Now, we are not going to show the message. I'll explain why. Let's delete this part. This would be null. And is checking auth is going to be false. Okay, so we can also add things like is user authenticated to be false, but since this is the default value, I think we can skip it or just make it explicit if you really want to. So this is what I'll just put, and let's try to save. And we'll be calling this function. So we will go into the app.jsx. This is going to be the place that we will call that function. Let's try to import it. Let's say use auth store, and this is going to give us a couple of different states, such as the is checking auth and then the check auth function. Okay, so we can just call this in a use effect. Let's say use effect, import it, and we'll just run this in the initial state. Let's say call the check auth. So if you don't really put this, it is going to warn you that you should add it. Let's make it happy and put it. Then we can just say console log, and we can get the is authenticated state, is authenticated, and let's get the user. So I'll just say is authenticated and just console log the user. Let's try to see how this is going to look like in the terminal. Currently we are logged in, so here it says is authenticated to be true, and we got the user object. We have every single detail other than the password because we removed it once we sent the response from the backend. And here you can see when you just refresh the page, for a second it is null until it fetches that user. So depending on this user value, we can protect our routes, because currently, even though I am logged in, I can still visit the sign up page, which is not really optimal, right? So I will create a component for this. I'll say redirect authenticated users to homepage. I'll say const redirect authenticated user. This is going to take the children as the first argument, and we will just say const is authenticated as well as the user. So we can just grab this from the use auth store, and I'll say if user is authenticated and if user account is verified. So only then we will actually take the user to the homepage. So I'll just say return navigate. This is going to be coming from React Router DOM, let's say to the homepage, and replace it with the current page. But else we can just return the current page, which is going to be the children. So this might look a little bit weird, but let's try to see how we can use it. So instead of just returning the signup page, we will replace this with redirect authenticated user and put the signup page into it. Okay, so this is how it is going to look like. Let's try to visit the signup page now. So sign up, it took me to the homepage because it hits this if check. It says user is authenticated and account is verified. So I'll just take it to the homepage. And let's do the same thing for the login page. Basically, I will copy this, paste it, and just say login page. Okay, so what else should we do? I will create a different route as well. This is going to be for the protected routes. So I will just say protect routes that require authentication. And let's try to create that component, protected route, which is going to be taking the children just like below, and we're going to get the is authenticated in user state from our hook from ZooStant, and we will say if user is not authenticated. So first let's just check for this. I will say in this case return the user to the login page, right? And we put the return so that we just get out of this function. And if user account is not verified, then in this case we can take the user to the verify email page, and in the else case we can just return the route, which is going to be the actual page, and since user is authenticated and verified, they can see the protected page. And we will go ahead and wrap some of our pages with it, such as the home page. So let's go ahead and create a homepage component. For now, we just put the string text of home. So let's just say we would like to create a page for this. So you can call it as homepage or dashboard page. So it is not really important. I'll just call it as a dashboard page component.jsx and get this, save, close it. And now we're going to say this is going to be a protected route where we would like to render the dashboard page. Let's try to import it at the top. I'll just go at the very top and try to get this from the dashboard page just like this. And I think this should be working out immediately. So I'll go here, take a look at this. We are in the dashboard page because we are authenticated. Let's go into the application and try to clear out the cookies. So we have this token. This is our actual token we have. I'll just delete this. Now if I refresh, there we go. I cannot go into the homepage because I am unauthenticated. It just immediately redirects me back to the login page. So let's try to build the login page now. I will go and maybe shrink everything, close these, go into the login page component, and here we will add a function to be able to log in. I'll just put it below the sign up. I'll say login. This is going to take the email and password. Then we just need to put the logic really. And it is going to be actually really similar to what we have above. That's why I'll just copy it and paste it. And let's put a comma here. We update the loading state and error, send a request to the login with our arguments, and update the state where we get the user from the backend. And in the catch, we are going to just throw it. So this is going to be it. Let's save, go into the login page and just try to call it under the handle login. So let's grab these states and functions from this use auth store and delete this. We don't really need that hard-coded value. Let's say await login and put the email and password. Let's make it to be async And below at some point we can really show the error. Below the forgot password div, we'll just say if we have an error, let's show a p tag with text red 500, text small, margin bottom of, instead of 4, let's just make it to be true, and text instead of small, let's just say font would be semi bold. Okay, with this should be working out. I will open up the application as well so that we can really see the token is being sent. These are the different cookies that I have, just ignore them. Let me just put the email that we logged in. So if I just put the wrong password, such as 123, it should say invalid credentials and nothing happened here. But if I put the correct one, which is 123456, I just logged in and I just got the token. So this is the JWT token that we created. It is, let me just make this look like that. It is going to expire in 7 days and it is strict of same site, right? And HTTP only, secure is false because we are in the local host. In the production, that would be true. And everything is working as expected. So we can now build the dashboard page where we can see the user data as well as the logout button. And also here we have a kind of like a warning, or it looks like an error. In this case, I mean, like when we are checking for the authentication state, just for a second, we can really show a loading spinner. So this is what I'll be doing, is just say if is checking auth, we would like to return a loading spinner. Let's say loading spinner component. And this is something that we can just create pretty quickly. The JSX, let's say, and create it. And since this is pretty easy or basic, let's say loading spinner, I'll go ahead, copy it and paste it. You can grab this from this file under the components. We are never going to change this, so just go ahead and get that about 10 lines of code. And let's try to import it. Loading spinner, we should import it from the components. Okay, so this is what we just have. Let's save, and like just for a split second we should see it, but since this is super fast we cannot really. Let's try to mimic this. Under the checkout, I'll just sleep. Let's say await, new promise, let's just sleep for 2 seconds. Then here we can see if we have a slow internet connection, we would be seeing this and then the homepage. Okay, so this is how we can really sleep just for a second or maybe like 4 hours really by updating this field. Okay, so I'll just go into the dashboard page and try to build that page with the user data that we have. So this is gonna be inside a motion div. I'll just go ahead, delete this part and just really paste it, then walk you through it. Motion div, let's go ahead, import the motion from framer motion. And since I just paste these, I hope you guys don't mind it. We are just trying to speed up the UI design process. We don't really care about this at all, right? Our focus is to just really learn how to send emails, how to send, like forgot password mails, verify the user account and things like that. So we are here to just focus on the authentication and not the UI styling. So basically we have the initial state of opacity 0, scale of 0.9, and once we animate it, this is going to be opacity 1 so that it is visible, and normal size. And in the exit case, we will also see some animation with some duration and some classes. Then here below to it, we will have an h2 that says your dashboard or just dashboard. And below to it, we will have a div with this style. Let's just close that off and give a little bit space, because inside this we will have the profile information. So let's just grab this, paste it, and we can get the user from our hook. Let's go here, create the user state coming from use auth store. just like this. If we save, let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, so this is how that looks. Once you refresh, it just gets from the bottom, but this is super fast. We cannot really see it, which will be clear just in a second. Then below to it, we'll have one more motion div. So I'll just go below to this motion div, paste it, and just walk you through it. We have a format date function. Let's try to just grab it and put it maybe into a utils folder. So I'll just say under the source, right under the front end, create a utils.js and date.js file. So folder name should be just utils, my bad, not JS. And just go ahead and get this function where we just export it. Then we are going to import that. This should be coming from the utils. Let's try to import it manually. Not helpers, but we have date. Okay, so let's save and just see the output. This is how that looks. Account activity text with some green styling. Joined, this is the date, and last login was a couple of minutes ago. And this is really all we do, with some transitions, h3 with some styles, p tag where we just show the date that user created at, as well as last login state. So here it just says if there is a last login date, we're going to show it, but else we'll just say you just sign up. But I think in our case we will never hit this check because we always have the last login date. So we can just really delete this part because we will always have the user last login field, right? Okay, so this is going to be it for this part as well. Now below to it, we would like to see a button that says logout. I would like to just create it first. Go under this div, create a motion.div, just like this. This is gonna take some states or props just to make it animated. Okay, just like this, and we can just put a button component. Now this button will look absolutely crazy in terms of classes. So let me just say motion.button and just put the, the props. So we just have class name, while hover and tap states. On click to it, we can call handle logout. And let me just format this so that you can see the entire classes. Let me just format this completely. Just go here. Okay, so these are the styling, and inside we'll just say logout. Let's try to create this function above. Const handle logout, we can just leave it empty. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. Once you refresh, everything just stacks, like coming from the bottom. And now we can build the logout functionality, which is going to be pretty easy to do. We'll go into the Auth store.js, and maybe below the login, we can just say logout. This is going to be an async function, no arguments needed, and we will just send a request to our endpoint. So this is what we'll be doing. Is loading state will be true initially, then error will be null. Let's put a comma here, send a request to our endpoint and say user is null, is this not authenticated, no errors and no loading states. Let's try to call that. We'll just go here, get the logout function, and basically just call it. Let's say logout, and it should be good to go. I will open up the application tab just to see the cookies in action. So we have the token. Once I log out, we got into the login page and token is just being deleted. That means logout functionality is also working out. So with that, now we can sign up, log in, log out, verify our email, and next we can build the forgot password page with its functionalities. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so after a break, let's move on. We need to build the forgot password page. So I'll just go into the app.jsx and just create a route for this. And I just realized we have two different variables that we're not using under the app component. So I'll just go ahead and delete it. And let's give a little bit space so that this is looking a little bit more formatted. Oops, what have I done? The pages should be just here. I didn't mean to do it. Okay, so we just give a little bit space in this code. Let's try to build a route. Now the sign up and login routes are redirecting, right? Then we have the home page or the dashboard page, which is a protected route. And I think the verify email could just be a public route. If you really want to wrap it with something like redirect authenticated user or like you can do it. I'll just leave it like this for now. Okay, so I'll just go ahead, duplicate this one, and maybe just call it as forgot dash password. So forgot password, this is going to be the route for this. And for the element, let's make this to be, I think, a redirected, let's say, redirect authenticated user. If user is logged in, they cannot visit the forgot password page. So I'll just go ahead, say forgot password page, and copy this name, go into the pages, create a page for this .jsx. Let's just try to export something and import it. Okay, my VS Code doesn't really work as expected, so I'll just import it manually with the help of Copilot. There we go, we just got the forgot password. And let's take a look at it, how it's going to look like. And let me just show you the workflow that we'd like to build. So this is forgot password workflow. This is gonna be the page UI, okay? So we'll just put our email and we'll just say send reset link. Then we're gonna see this page because we just submitted this form, and it's gonna say if an account exists for this email you provided, you're gonna get an email just shortly. And we'll get the email. Once we click to it, it is going to take us to the reset password page. So we actually need to build this one as well. And it's gonna look like this, super simple, just two input elements with a button. And once we click it, it should update the password in the database. And once this is done, we're gonna get a successful email. Okay, so I just wanted to show you the entire workflow once again. And let's try to build this UI now. This is gonna be in the forgot password page. So again, I just want to speed up the process a little bit and just give you the logic a little bit more and talk about in the logic, right? So I'll just go ahead and just first get the motion from framer motion. Let's just get this. We're gonna get the use state from React, and let's just say import it. Then we can just go ahead get our states. So we are going to keep track of the email as well as if user is submitted this form or not. Once they submit, we are going to update the UI to be look like this. So this is why we are keeping track of this state. And from the Auth store, we're going to get two different things. First, the loading state, and we're going to get the forgot password function, which is something that we'll create just in a second. Let's go ahead and maybe build it pretty quickly. I'll go into this file. So we have the sign up, login, logout, verify email, checkout. Let's delete this space and maybe put it here, right? I'll just say forgot password, which is going to be an async function. We're going to take the email and send a request, right? So request will go to our API URL. Let's just first, maybe I can actually paste the code and walk you through. So as always, we just update the loading state, no errors, no messages at all. Then we say Axios post to the forgot password endpoint with the email, right? This is going to give us a response back, and we can just show the message as the response, right? That would be something like what do we return actually? Let's take a look at it. Auth controller under the forgot password function. So we return something like password reset link sent to your email, or else we just show the error message. And we would like to basically grab that message, And in the catch case, we just throw it so that we can really maybe just use it. And here we can, I think, also set that up into the error. Let's just say error is going to be error.response data.message. And if this is not provided from the backend, we could just put a general error message, just like this. Okay, so this is function. I hope this makes sense. Super basic, only sending a request and getting a response back. And we'll just go here. We just grab the function and we can build the UI pretty quickly, which is going to be a motion div initially. Let's try to return this and close that up. We have some animations with some class names. Feel free to type this out or grab this from this file in the GitHub repo. And we'll have a div, let's say, with the class name padding of 8 from all directions. Then we'll just have an h2, so I can just grab it and paste it. This is gonna say forgot password, and it is just gonna have this kind of like styling where we go from a brighter green color to a little bit more dark color, right? This is what we do using gradient to the right direction. And now we can just say if is not submitted, say, then we'd like to render this part, else we'd like to render this part. And in this one, if it is not submitted, we can just return a form. I'll just say form element is not going to have an action, but instead on submit, let's just say handle submit function. Let's create it for now, just leave it an empty function so that we don't really get any errors. And in the form, we will have a p tag that says enter your email. Okay, enter your email address and we'll send you a link to reset your password. And below to it, we can really call our input component with a couple of props, such as icon is gonna be mail coming from Lucid React. Let's import it. Then give a little bit space, scroll so that we have a little bit more space, right? Type would be email, and we will have the placeholder, let's say email address, and then we'll have the value, which is going to be the email state, and on change we will update that state, and let's just make this to be required. There we go. And below this, I think below this input we will have a button, which is going to be this one, right? So I think I'll just go ahead, copy this and paste it, then walk you through, because this looks absolutely crazy in terms of classes. So I don't really want to type all this and just waste 2 minutes. Instead, let's just paste it and I'll just walk you through it. So why do we have an error? Because we didn't provide this case. And let's just create a loading state for now. Oh, we already have it coming from use auth store. Okay, let's try to build this part now. If form is submitted, we will show this part. Okay, so let's try to build this UI with a title, icon, as well as a p tag. Then it says back to login page. And as always, I'll just try to grab this and provide it because it is super simple, not anything complicated, just UI. If you really want to, pause the video, type this out, or get it from the GitHub repo. And finally, below this and above the div, or maybe I think below this div as well. Okay, so it should be just below here. We will have a div, and this is gonna have the class name. Let's say padding x of 8, y of 4, background gray 900, and then we'll have opacity of, let's say, 50, flex, justify, centered. And inside this, we'll have a link. This is going to take us to the login page, but first let's import it from React Router DOM to /login. And let's give text small, text green 400, and we'll have on the hover state, just underline it so that it has this feeling of a link. Flex items would be centered. And finally, we'll just have arrow left icon coming from Lucid React with the size of 4 and margin right of 2. Let's just grab this, and this is gonna say back to login. Hopefully this should be it for the UI. We need to import the loader from Lucid React, and let's see. Okay, we just have a couple of warnings, but it's because we are not using them. We'll be using them just in a second. Let's try to test this out. Once I click to this, it should take me to the forgot password page. And once I submit this, we should be calling our function to be able to do the magic. So let's just say event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page, and we'll just call the forgot password with the email that user passed in. And once this is submitted, once this is done successfully, we'll just say is submitted gonna be true so that we can update the UI. Okay, so I'll just go ahead, put my email. This is the user that we have in the database, gmail.com. Sent this, we have a loading state for a second. There we go. We should be able to get the email, and I can see I just got that. Let's click that. Okay, so 0 minutes ago, that means we just get this. And if I clicked it, it should take me to the reset password page, but we don't really have anything for this one. And here we can see we got the token in the UI so that we can really have this securely. And this is gonna expire in 1 hour. So before it expires, let's just go ahead and build the UI so that we can test that out. Before we build the UI, let's try to create our very last function, which is going to be reset password. Okay, let's say reset password. This is gonna be taking the, let's say, first token, and then this is gonna take the password. Okay, so this is going to be our new password that we just passed. Let's say set is loading to be true so that we can show some kind of loading spinner, error, null, and if you really want to, you can put the message null. And do we have like a message? Okay, so we don't even have the message state. Why did I put the message here? Sorry about this. This is completely my mistake. If you get confused, we shouldn't really have this. I thought we have the message state, but looks like we don't. Okay, things like this could happen while recording. Sorry about this. Okay, we'll just go ahead and just say try and catch. In the try, we'd like to just say const response as always. Okay, we'll just say send a request to the reset password, and like the endpoint was taking the token, and we are going to send the password as the object, right, as our body. Then we'll say set the I think we don't have a message, so I think here I also use the message, but we don't really have that state. So did we use message in any other places? So we don't. Just because I copied and pasted that last two functions, we are using the message. If you really want to, you can create a message state and use it. I think, what should we do? Let's just try to maybe create it. Okay, so I'll just go here and just say message is gonna be equal to null initially, and here we'd like to update that state, right? This is what we'd like to do. Let's say message is going to be coming from the response, and the loading state in this case could be false because we just completed this, and in the catch case we could update the loading to be false and putting the error message and throw it if you really want to use it later later when you call that. So if we save, this should be working out. This is the entire function that we would need. We just got the token and password, sent a request to this endpoint, and just get a response back, either success or false. Okay, so let's try to build the UI. Under the app.jsx, first we need to create a page for this, which is going to be reset password page. And this is going to be taking, let's see where that is. So this is going to be taking a like dynamic value. So let's try to do it. Under here, I'll just say give me a route. This could be self-closed. We'll just say if the path is reset password, and this should start with a slash, and if it has a token, so we can just put this. So this is going to be dynamic value, and in the element we will show, let's say this is going to be redirect authenticated user route, and we'll just say reset password page. Let's try to build this. Okay, just get that and try to import it at the top. Let's just make sure this is the correct path. There we go. Let's save and go into this page, and first maybe just build the UI. So here we'd like to keep track of the password, right? Let's try to create the state. So we'll have two different state, one for the password and one for the confirm new password, so that we can really just check if both of them are matching. So this is what I'll be doing. Just grab those states, kill the sidebar, and try to import the use state. And also let's grab the motion from framer motion. And what we can do is called use auth store. And from here, we'll grab the reset password function. We'll get the error is loading. Oops, let's just say is loading, as well as the message state that we just created. And below to it, we are going to take the token from the URL, because let's take a look at this now. If I click to this email, this is going to take me to this page, and I would like to grab this token. And to be able to do this, we'll be using params. Okay, so let's just say use params hook coming from React Rotterdam, and this is going to give us the token. Let's say const destructure the token, and we call this as token because this is what we said. If this was like token X, then this would also be token X, but this is going to be token in this case. Okay, we just got the params, and finally we'll get the navigate function because we'll be using all of them. Let's say use navigate. Okay, let's try to maybe build the UI pretty quickly. And for the motion div, let's try to just return it just like this. Again, feel free to type this out or grab it from the GitHub repo. And we'll have a div with p padding of 8. Oops, this should be closing with a div, and inside we'll have a h2. So this will say reset password with these styles, and if we have any errors, we'll just show it below to it, and if we have any messages, we can show that as well. Then below to it, we'll have a form. Let's say form, and let's just put an on submit function, handle submit. Let's create it. For now, this could be an empty function, and let's try to get an input. This is going to have the log icon. Let's import the input as well as the log image or icon from Lucid React. Type of password, placeholder that says new password, value on change, and this is going to be required. Let's get the confirm password as well. Okay, so this is also going to have the exact same icon, but why do we, so it says log is undefined. It should be coming from Lucid React. Okay, so it just imported that. And finally, we'll just have a button. Let me just save, get this formatting. Below these inputs, we will have a button that says set new password. Okay, again, this is looking crazy, but we don't really want to care about the UI. And probably what I could suggest you is to create a button component that could be reusable just like the input. So that would be a great challenge for you. So you would call a button just like this instead of saying motion.button and putting these styles every single time. So you would just call this and give, let's say, fields such as on click, and you would handle that, but you wouldn't really care about the styling. So this could be kind of like a challenge for the end of the video, right? Okay, I'll just save and let's see. We are not using them, that's why we have the warnings, but we should be able to see the UI. So this is our application. So this is also our application. This is how the UI will look like. And once we click to this, it should really handle the magic, right? So let's try to first prevent the defaults. We'll have a try catch, or maybe before that we could say if password is not equal to the confirmed password, we can just say alert passwords do not match, and just return out of this function. And below to this, we will say await call the reset password with the token and the password. We're getting the token from the params and password from the input. Then if this is completed successfully, we could just say toast.success password reset successfully, and we could just say redirecting to login page, and you could just put 3 dots because this is going to take about 2 seconds. So we can just say if there is not any errors, right? And probably there's not going to be any errors, because if we were able to get to here, I'll just say set timeout, navigate to the login after 2 seconds. And let's try to wrap this with a try catch. I will cut it for a second. Try and catch. Put this into the try, and in the catch, let's see what we can put. Just show a toast that says either error.message. If this is empty, then we could put a general message. Okay, so let's try to test this out. For the new password, I'll just put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, let me just put this again. Now I will just put the wrong password. It's gonna say passwords do not match, and let's just put the correct one. So resetting, and there we go. We are just redirected into the login page. And let me just try to log in with the new email. This is the email I think we had, and let's put the old password, or maybe a wrong password. I just put from 1 to 7, which is incorrect. Invalid credentials. Let me just put the correct one. There we go, we just logged in, and everything seems to be working as expected. So we joined August 3, and as of today, so it is midnight, we just logged in. And I think with this functionality is also done. Okay, so with this, the only thing we left is the deployment. And let's take a look at it just for a second on a diagram. So currently this is the state of our application. We have the server running on localhost 5000 and client on 5173. So wouldn't it be cool if we just run both of them under the same domain, which is a lot more easier and actually convenient, so that we don't really care about the course errors, some different configurations. We just serve both the backend as well as the React app from the same domain. And let's see how we can do it. It is actually easier than you think. So I'll just go ahead and close everything. And just before that, I just wanted to mention, if you want to build more pages on top of this, let's say you have something like profile update page, then you would just create a route, make it to be protected just like this one, right? So that unauthenticated users cannot visit that page. And then you would go into the backend under the, let's say, this route that we have. Let's say you would maybe duplicate this, call this as update profile, and you would just make it to be a protected route just like this. So it is first going to verify the token so that this user is authenticated or not. Then you would call the update profile function. So there are millions of examples in the channel. I have built really complex applications with this stack, and after completing it, you can check them out if you really wonder how to do so. Or you can just take a look at the source code in the GitHub. Okay, so let's try to deploy this. This is all I have to say for the, for the incoming features that you would like to add. So first things first, we need to build a script under the package.json. Let's see how this is going to look like. So first off, we have a dev script. This is something that we just only run in the development. But this is not only going to be the script that we would need, we also need one to be able to start our application in the production, right? So I'll just say start, and this would be calling the same file, but this time with Node, because we don't really care about the restarts, and in the production, we don't really need it. But what we need is first build this application. So I'll just create a script called build, and when we deploy our application, we will first run this script and then start our application. This is going to make a lot of sense just in a second. Let's say first we would like to install all the dependencies for the backend, because now just think about this. When we deploy this application to GitHub, we are not going to have the node modules. Let me actually kill all the terminals and just delete the node modules for the backend. So I'll just provide the access so that it can really delete it. Let's say delete permanently. And in the front end, we will also not gonna need the node modules when we deploy this to the GitHub, because they are get ignored, right? Okay, so what are we gonna be doing is to just first install the dependencies for the backend so that we can get the node modules in the root, and then we will say now we would like to install the packages for the front end. So we'll say and npm install, but run this, let's say prefix, under the front end folder. So this is all it says, run this command under the front end folder. So that's why we just say prefix, and then we would like to build our front end application as well. So we'll just say npm run build and run this under the front end folder. Once we run this, Vite is going to build this front end application for us. Let's see how this is going to look like. If I just say cd into the front end and npm run build, Vite is going to create a special folder called dist, but it didn't for some reason. I think first, let's just see, why didn't we get that under the package.json? Okay, we actually have it, npm run build. So probably we don't have the node modules. So let's say npm install. This is what it says, Vite is not recognized. Okay, so it is installing the packages, and this is what actually will happen. So it'll first install the packages for the front end and then run the npm run build. So what we are seeing here is the actual it is the actual workflow that is going to happen in the deployment environment. Okay, we got all of our packages. Now if we just say npm run build, Vite is going to build a production ready application, which is our React application, right? And it's going to put it into a dist folder. Let's just see. I just want you to see this workflow. That's why I'm just going a little bit slow, but okay, so here we can see this is the actual React application, React code that we have written so far. We have the index.html file as well as all the JavaScript. So this looks terrible, right? Absolutely horrifying, but this is actually minified so that it is taking less space and more optimized. Basically, it's faster. And we have all of our stylings as well. Okay, so this is what is going to happen at the end of the day. Under this list, we have index.html. This is going to be our React application. This is the entry point. Let's delete this, delete the node modules as well. And this is what we'll have in the GitHub repo. So from there, we'll just deploy it. What we need to do, just add some configurations under the index.js. So here I'll first get a package from Node. I'll just say import path from path. This is a built-in Node module. Then we'd like to get a variable. So I'll just say const underscore underscore their name, which is going to be path.resolve. And then we'll go below this API auth route, and we'd like to make the front end folder to be our static assets. So this will only happen in the production. So we'll just say if process.env node env, if it is equal to the production, right? Only then run this if case. So we'll just say app.use express.static, and we'll just say path.join the directory name. So this is the variable. And then from here, we'd like to go under the front end, under the dist folder, and just make this to be our static assets. So what is this? Their name it is basically where we have in the root. From this, we'll go into the front end, and from there, we will go under the dist folder. And then we will just say app.get all the other routes other than the API auth we would like to render the React application. So I'll just say request and response. Let's just get that. This is the controller function. So from here, we would like to just send a file, which is going to be that index.html. So let's say res.send file, go under the front end, dist, and return the index.html file. This would be the React application itself. And we have seen this file. Okay, so that should be it. Very last thing we need to do is that when we run the npm run dev, the node env should be equal to the development. I'll just go ahead, copy this, and in the start case, this would be the production. Okay, so we'll be running this in the production environment, and this is in our local machine when we develop this application. So let's try to actually open up our terminal, maybe kill this, create a new one. I will just, from the root, I'll just run this build command. Let's see what is going to happen. So first, it's going to install all the packages for the backend. We got the Node modules, and once this is done, it is going to run the second one, which is for the front end. So we just got the front end Node modules as well. Then it is going to build the front end application so that we can get the dist folder. Okay, I'll just wait for this to complete. Okay, it installed all the packages. Now it is going to run the build command. Building for production. Okay, so we just got the dist folder, as you can see. Now what we can do is just start this application, which is going to be in the production mode. Let's see, hopefully this should be working out. I'll just say npm run start, or it is the exact same thing if you just say start. It doesn't really matter for the start script. So let's see what's going to happen. It is just running here. Node.env is equal to production, and it is going to run the index.js. And since we are listening in the 5000 port, we can now just visit localhost 5000, both get our API as well as our React application because we are in the production mode. Let's test this out. Okay, just ignore this. I will just say localhost 5000. So there we go. I just visit my server, but I can get the React application because we added this configuration. We say any other routes than API auth, you should send the React application. And if you hit this route, then you can just handle the backend logic. So I'll just go here and just maybe try to log out. And before that, let's open up our network tab so that we can really see the fetch is going to happen. Okay, so we just got 200 status code, which is success for the logout. And under the application, we don't really have the token cookie. So let me just try to log in with the actual credentials. So I'll just first put the wrong one. Here it says invalid credentials, and I'll just put the correct one now. We just got the token and logged in. Okay, so this is what is going to happen in the production environment as well, which is going to be render.com. But before that, we need to push this code to the GitHub. So let's do it now. I will first maybe kill everything, and we need to ignore this .env file. So you can create a git ignore under the root, but since we already have it under the front end, I will basically drag this and drop it into the root. Okay, so since this is in the root, this will affect everything in this project. Here we are ignoring the node modules, the dist folder, and we can put the .env file as well and just initialize a git repo. I will kill my server, and I think there is just one thing that I forgot. Under the source, under the app, so any other pages than these, if we hit, we can just show something like 404 page. And if we really want to see how to do it, I will duplicate this. So let's say any other page with the asterisk, and we can just show a, let's say, not found page. Oops. You can really create this, but what I'll be doing is just take the user to the home page. Let's say navigate to home and replace the current route with it. So this is just something to keep in mind. I just wanted to mention this. Let's say catch all routes. Okay, I'll save this and we should be good to go. I will go ahead, shrink this. We have the .env file being ignored. Let's open up the terminal, just say cls, clear the console, and git init. So initialize a git repository, and here we can see .env is grayed out and node modules also is being grayed out, as well as the dist folder. So everything is just being grayed out. That means they are not going to be pushed to the GitHub. Let's visit our GitHub account and create a new repo. So let's create a new repo. I'll just say MERN advanced Auth, and I'll just make this to be private. Once I publish this video, it is going to be public. So if you really want to, you can just go with the public immediately. Let's say create this repo, and we're going to get this command or the script. We'll just go ahead and paste it, which is going to push this code to our GitHub account. But here it says, okay, so we have some errors because we didn't have any commits. So I'll just say git add all, and we'll say git commit commit -m for the message. This is what that means, and we'll just say project completed. And now that we have a commit, we can really go ahead, copy this and paste it. Okay, so this is going to push this code to the GitHub. Now, if I refresh this page, I should be able to get the code, right? And we're going to go into the render dashboard. This is completely free to get started with. You can just sign up with your GitHub account. This is what I'll be doing. I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and log in and just say deploy a web service. And it is going to be this one. So the last commit was seconds ago. And let's say connect. Okay, so don't change anything here. For the build command, let's just say npm run build, because this is the command that we'd like to build our application with. And we'll just say for the start, we can just say npm run start. Now we'll go with the free tier. The only downside is it is going to go into the inactive mode after 15 minutes of not visiting your web page. But I think it is fine for a demo project like this. Then for the environment variables, let's just put all of them. So we have the Mongo URI, and let's go ahead and grab it. This is what we had for our database. Paste the value, and let's say add a new one. For the port, we could really put 5000. And for the JWT secret, we could just put anything. Let's say my secret 123. As I said, you might want to make this a little bit more complex, hard to imagine. We can skip the Node.env because we're already setting it in the start command. And we can get the mail trap token. I'll just put this and get the value as well. And then we will grab this and also mail trap endpoint. Okay, now for the client URL, for now we don't really have a URL because we didn't deploy this application. First, we are going to deploy this, and render will give us a client URL. Then we will add it to here. So this means we need to deploy this application twice to make it work without any issues. Okay, so I think this is the very last thing we need to add. Let's try to deploy this web service. This is going to take a bit of time, and once this is done, I'll just be right back. So this is just being completed. It says your service is live without any issues, which we got this URL. So I'll just copy this and let's visit this. This is not going to work initially and we need to fix this. So if I just try to log in, let's see, probably it is not going to work. Let's say .com and 123, let's say login. Okay, so we just don't get any errors. So let's take a look at the console. So it says connection refused because we are trying to send a request to the localhost, which is we don't have, right? We are not in the localhost, we are in the production. So we need to visit the auth store.js and we need to update this API URL because currently when we try to sign up or log in, we are trying to send a request to the localhost. We need to fix this. So let's just make it to be dynamic. I will say import.meta.env, let's say .mode. If it is equal to development, only then we would like to send a request to localhost. But in the else case, just send a request whatever the current URL is in the production /API/auth, right? So this is what we would like to add. I hope this makes sense. This is for the production and this is for the development. And we need to redeploy this application. But before that, we also need to add this environment variable. Let's go into the environment. This is going to be the client URL. I think this is how we called it, right? Let's say client underscore URL. Okay, so it says not a group name. What have I done? Let me just go back. Okay, I'll just say add a new environment variable. And we're gonna get this value that is being deployed. Okay, so it should look like this. Don't put the trailing slash. So not like this, but just .com. We're going to save the changes and we need to push our code as well. So I'll just say git add all and let's say git commit -m. I'm not really sure if you can see it, but it is at the very bottom. Git commit -m and I'll just say URL updated in auth store.js. Okay, so let's say git commit and git push. This should push this to our GitHub account, right? Let's refresh. Here it says we just got the latest commit and render is going to take a look at it and just try to deploy this application again. So this is trying to deploy it. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. So let's click to this one. Okay, so it is building and hopefully this should be alive just in a second. Okay, so we just got build successful and the deployment should be alive just in a second. Let's try to actually close all these. You don't really need them. This is taking a bit too much space and just getting a bit confusing. Let's close this one maybe, or let's keep it. Okay, so here it says it is live. Let's visit and close this one as well. So this is the latest deployment. I will try to first log in. gmail.com. Let's put the wrong password. It should say invalid credentials. Okay, so previously it says error while logging in, but now it actually says invalid credentials, and I'll put the correct one and it should be working out. There we go, we are just logged in. Let's try to log out and try to reset our password. I will say this is my email at gmail.com, send reset link. Okay, so this is going to hopefully send it. We even already got it. It is lightning fast, I was going to say, but this is the one that we just got. Let's click to this one. This is going to take us to actual application. And we can just say new password is going to be 123456. And if I just put 123, passwords do not match. Let's just put the correct one from 1 to 6. Resetting. Okay, so it is going to take us to the login page. Let's try to log in with this new password from 1 to 6. Okay, so it is working. What I'll be doing, also just delete this user from the database and try to sign up so that we can check out if we are getting welcome emails and things like that. Okay, so I'll just try to sign up. Let's say this is me and gmail.com. Password from 1 to 6, let's just put, and just say sign up. Okay, it should send us an email. Okay, here it says verify your email, and we just got also the reset successful when we update our password. So this is like 1 minute ago or so. And let's try to verify our email. I will copy this and paste it. Verifying email verified successfully. And we should be able to get a welcome email. There we go. It just works as expected. We have our company name and then the username with the, so to say, template, right? We can unsubscribe from the email as well, which is going to hopefully unsubscribe us with the help of mail trap, and we can see all the unsubscribe case under the suppressions. Let's click to it. So here it just says this user just unsubscribed. So this is what suppressions does. Let's just say reactivate, which is something that you shouldn't be doing. If your users is unsubscribing, then just let them unsubscribe. And here we can just see more about this. Here it says like basically unsubscribed recipients will be under the suppressions, and we can also see the stats such as the open rate, and I think we should have our categories as well. Like in the email verification, we sent 7 different emails, and for the welcome we sent 5. That means 2 of our users didn't verify their accounts. So you can just take a look at all the stats and everything should be working out in our case. And let's test out this case. If we visit a URL that doesn't exist, it should take us to the homepage, because this is how we set that up, right? We just take the user to the homepage with the catch-all route in the app.jsx. Let's try to see it pretty quickly. This is what we have added. If user visits a page that doesn't exist, we will just take them to the homepage. So with that, this is going to be it for this tutorial. It was really hard and really long to complete, especially if you're new to authentication, but I would say like congratulations to be able to follow along, and hopefully you'll learn something new from this video. And I just want to just send a huge shout out to the Mailtrap team for sponsoring this video. And with that, I think that's gonna be it for this one. I'll see you in the next video.